within the sector. And so, Mr. Speaker, we then proceeded with the CPC to be able to come up with legislation that will be more suitable, or what I refer to as a suitable fit for what is required to address or mitigate predial larceny. And I want to say that we need a number of things as well in order for us to address predial larceny. You can have good legislation that is prepared better than the badly drafted legislation that was brought to this honorable chamber in November of 2017. But equally, you need a mix of intelligence in order for us to be able to deal with this problem. Now, Mr. Speaker, when looking at facilitating things to prevent predial larceny, we have agreed that you must have on-farm surveillance training and empowerment, and you have to put systems in place similar to how we have the neighborhood watch communities. You have to have farmers looking out for each other and reporting unusual activity within farming districts. We need a serious public education regime in order for us to create a consciousness among people who will be purchasing from here on, and helping them to be able to understand the reason why there is a system in place. And of course, we need now to do a very heavy set of PSAs addressing all aspects of predial larceny and helping to educate the public as to why we need to deal with this problem. For detection, Mr. Speaker, we have agreed that we need to use drones and use them effectively. We know that there are various types of drones. There are what you call the very high-tech drones that can fly for over 60 minutes. And then there are drones, basic drones, that will probably give you half-hour flying time. And the drones that are going to fly for 60 minutes, Mr. Speaker, must then be able to cover a larger geographic space than those that will be flying for approximately 30 minutes. But this comes down really and truly to the sector determining now how we're going to approach the use of drones, and indeed working with the Barbados Police Service. And then we have to look at how we're going to track primary agriculture produce and livestock by way of using tags, and I do believe that this is one of the things that was recommended to the previous minister when this matter went to the upper chamber. And the use of ultraviolet or nanoparticles on plants as well. And then, of course, we need then to be able to manage and enforce the legislation. But legislation on its own will not get us to where we want to. We have to have a mix of approaches in order for us to come up with the right metric to be able to tackle this problem. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that we have taken the right decisions as far as moving to such systems where we can then address this matter of predial larceny. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that in addition to putting those systems in place, we need also to be able to produce. And we can have also the best systems to deal with predial larceny, but we also need to be able to produce. And Mr. Speaker, I must say to you that there's a tremendous amount of work going on right across Barbados right now under the BAMC and the BADMC in order for us to be able to get production up. And when I speak of the work that is taking place, I am doing so ever conscious of the fact, Mr. Speaker, that what we are doing today is designed specifically to make sure the farmers involved can reap their crops and that they don't come to a place where they find the fields are empty, the crops are taken, and then there's a place for people to sell them. I am convinced, Mr. Speaker, that the work we are doing at Mount Poyer, where we've now got 92.5 acres of land into production, Ferry Valley and Christchurch 27, Graham Hall 18, Spencer's, etc., a total of 342 additional acres of land in production, providing crops and allowing for 250 additional farmers to come on and make a living. And that, Mr. Speaker, we also have 3 different Rastafarian tribes now at Bath, also planting sweet potatoes and yams, and also what we call cash crops, things like lettuce and tomatoes, etc. And the expansion of the feed program, Mr. Speaker, has led us now to be able to incorporate into the program lands that were under the BAMC. So we will now be moving to vineyard, and we also will be moving to the north of the island to take up lands that were under the BAMC in order for us to be able to further advance the feed program. Now, the major problem that we had in Barbados when it came to providing land and opportunity for people under the feed program was water. And the government has now invested in water at River, and we have also invested in water at Lears. But over and above that, Mr. Speaker, the government has purchased a number of 1,200-gallon water tanks in order for us to provide water for farmers at the same locations that I mentioned, totaling 105 1,200-gallon water tanks for farmers to be able to get water. And then in order for the tanks to be properly fixed to the ground, we had to put in concrete bases that allow for us to put in those tanks, and there were a total of 142. Now, this, in addition to the irrigation water that the farmers are getting, in addition to the agricultural rate, which is now $1.80 rather than the $4.66, up to as high as 7-something per cubic meter, is allowing for farmers to be able to access water and to increase production. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm amazed sometimes when people speak about agriculture in the way they speak about agriculture. And it is almost as if they are suggesting to the people of Barbados, and that's why I always say, when somebody says something, it's always best to go and check, you know. I read an article, Mr. Speaker. I must tell you, I must admit that the article is well written. So well written that I kept a copy of it because I thought it was useful. The author started by saying, first they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then he went on to speak about agriculture and what is, you know, everybody can tell you how much the government is supposed to invest and how much the government is supposed to put in and that the farmers must get every single thing from the government, but they don't recognize how much the government is doing. And the fact that we spent over $20 million in providing water, first of all, for farmers who for many decades couldn't get water. And the fact that we created the feed program, which was spending $2 million a year. And the fact that the BADMC has this year spent $1.1 million in providing water systems and providing planting material and cultivation services for farmers, Mr. Speaker, sir. The fact that the government continues to put billions of dollars in the sugar industry. The fact that the government is even now working on transitioning the sugar industry into a PPP so that private farmers can take ownership, and that we have gone the full 9 yards in making sure that under that arrangement, laborers who work on farms can now become owners through the purchase of shares. And that in that arrangement as well, we have also looked at making sure a sugar factory is to be given to its rightful owners, and that is the private sector. And that the government must come out of that commercial space so that it can become more efficient and profitable. And to make sure that all of this is taking place where the risk is reduced, the government has a carve-out space for renewable energy in agriculture as well. And so when I read this article, and I ain't done with this article yet, because the sweetest part will come. When I read this article, I asked myself, where is this man living? Now, I understand people's passion to write, and I enjoy reading. So when I read this, I enjoyed the reading. But the facts of it were mind-boggling. That you can write so well, but you don't research. So anything that comes to your mind based on your experience in the past, because you would have had a career that dealt with such matters, that you think we are still in the 19th or 20th century. And the fact that living right here in Barbados, you don't recognize the fact that all of what you're saying, the government is already doing. Barbados cannot feed itself, so we have to import a substantial portion of our food. But we should not be importing what our farmers can produce simply because it is cheaper. Well, the feed program was introduced for us to be able to produce all of those things and go further by reducing our food import bill by 25% by the year 2025. Where is this person living? But what is more important, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that it goes on to say, at the same time, our government must provide solid support for our farmers to help reduce their costs and the cost of their products. Well, I am saying thank you for the article. I am saying well written. I appreciate stuff like this. But I will go a little further to say, please make sure you do not convey the wrong impression by neglecting to include what the government is already doing so that the public can then do their own analysis of the situation. But for you to leave it, for people to assume that these things are not being done, is wrong. And the cerebral that I know this person is capable of, sir, I know that there's more in the mortar than the pestle. And Mr. Speaker, I am saying so because it finishes like this, and all of us in this honorable chamber should take note. When they came for the bondholders demanding a haircut, you did not speak out because you were not a bondholder. When they came for the small contractors by importing cheap Chinese housing, you did not speak out because you were not a small contractor. When they came for the farmers by changing commercial water rates for their irrigation water and importing cheap food, you did not speak out because you were not a farmer. When they come for the pensioners, and they are coming in brackets, you will not speak out because you are not a pensioner. Yet when they come for you, who will be left to speak for you? Now there is the mischief in this. To my mind, a piece of writing that is designed to create mischief in this country. Commercial water rates in Barbados, everybody knows, were $4.66 per cubic meter. We all also know that there was not an across-the-board agricultural rate as there is now for $1.80. We also know that the rate of 60 cents or 66 cents per cubic meter was not sustainable at a time when you're asking the government to do more for farmers. So if the government is supposed to do more for farmers, how is it going to be financed? And nobody is telling me yet what I know in principle should be the approach to all of this. And that is how to make those farmers that are not real businessmen, serious businessmen. Because you must understand investment. And you must understand that this is not a case where you draw down money, you blow it, and then you wait for the government to come again with another handful. This is not the approach. And so I wish, Mr. Speaker, sir, that when people speak to what is happening in agriculture in this sector, that they either get the facts or they state exactly what their intention is. Because I do not know for the life of me how you can tell me that a fella is paying $4.66 for water, as high as $7.66, but another fella is paying 60 cents. And that is okay by your conscience. And I ask myself, where is the conscience of anyone who would expect us to continue to see the government put in all support for farming in Barbados, but yet still it is being conveyed in a manner like if nothing is being done. And I come back, Mr. Speaker, now to the debate that took place in November 2017, when the minister said, if they're thieving, let me lock them up. That's the approach. And therefore, to suggest that because you do not have a proper operating system, that because you don't have structure, that when you take your produce to market and you're not able to prove at the time that it is yours, you should be arrested and your produce confiscated. That is what was intended here. And the response that came from the honourable member at the time from St. Lucie was suggested that if the wardens are not empowered to arrest, all we got to do is start training them, but they're arresting people already. That is the madness that we were dealing with, Mr. Speaker. The former honourable member for St. Lucie, but he's history now, though, I know that. I know that for as long as the honourable member who's currently here is there, that former honourable member will not see this place again. But, Mr. Speaker, I am talking about that lost decade when, if anything could go wrong, it went wrong then. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking about recklessness. Where, and even in the presentation, The comments are being made about a Prairie Larceny hotline. We have a Prairie Larceny hotline at the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Do we have a Prairie Larceny hotline that works? I am speaking out loud. I ain't speaking to no gallery. Do we have a Prairie Larceny desk established anywhere in the ministry? I ain't canceled none. And I have never been introduced to anyone at a Prairie Larceny desk. But all this was suggested as what is being done. And then, Mr. Speaker, he goes on to suggest that whatever he's doing under this legislation is to protect people from getting dangerous food, harmful food, food that has been contaminated, which really is food safety legislation. And then, Mr. Speaker, it took for the leader of the opposition to come and explain to the then minister the difference between a Barbados Labour Party approach to this matter. And that the Barbados Labour Party could not, in good conscience, support what is taking place in the legislation that was before the Honourable Chamber. And Mr. Speaker, do you know, Mr. Speaker, that we are talking about agriculture produce, and in the legislation, sugarcane wasn't included? I believe that that same administration, well, I understand why they did it, because they hadn't paid the people since 2016. So as far as they were concerned, the sugar industry was not agriculture. But sugar cane was not included. And I will seek, Mr. Speaker, to find for you those other crops that were not included as well, that were excluded, Honourable Member for Christchurch East, that were excluded from the list. And if you will bear with me, Mr. Speaker, I will get to them quickly. Sugarcane, culinary herbs. Herbs. All of us, you can't eat a piece of fish without seasoning, piece of chicken without seasoning. Livestock, poultry, planting material, freshwater fish for human consumption, were all not handled properly under this legislation. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe that when we come now to the legislation itself, you start to understand what we did in order for us to anchor this legislation and to help Barbadians to be saved from being charged or penalized for wanting to survive in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, Section 1 of the Act, this section identifies the name by which the legislation may be cited, and that is the Protection of Agricultural Products Act 2022. Section 2 with the interpretation. This section outlines the definition of key terms used throughout the Act for the purpose of administering the Act. And there, worthy of mention is the expanded definition of agricultural products to include sugarcane and culinary herbs, and then the broader definition of livestock, which was not part of the Act. And at Section 3, which involves transaction, it describes the conditions under which a person shall, 1, purchase or obtain commercial quantities of agricultural produce, and this is by way of a receipt, a delivery note, or a bill of lading. And of course, it also seeks to deal with how the person sell or dispose of agricultural produce, again through a receipt, delivery note, or bill of lading, which must be given to the purchaser. It also improves the purchaser or receiver or their representative must make a distinction between, there is a distinction now between commercial quantities and quantities that are not deemed to be commercial. And then the purchaser or receiver, when receiving commercial quantities of agricultural products, to present to a designated police station within, if found, the purchaser must present to the police station within 24 hours. On the request of a police, the said documents received from the seller as proof of purchase or conveyance. So that if you purchase goods and you receive your receipt, bill of lading, and you were stopped by a police officer and asked to produce them, and you didn't at the time, you were given 24 hours. If the police need additional evidence of purchase, that also must be satisfied. Now, failure to comply with all of these is where penalties are introduced. And in our consultation with the stakeholders and with all of those who sent feedback to us, they felt that there must be stiffer penalties in order for there to be a deterrent for people engaging in predatory larceny. So a person who is summarily convicted and will be fined $5,000 for not having the documents as required as proof of purchase. And also there's a fine of $10,000 for one, not issuing said documents to purchaser or receiver and the products under consideration, and two, not retaining evidence of purchase or conveyance and presenting same to police officer on request, and three, not presenting evidence of purchase or conveyance to a designated police station within 24 hours of being asked to do so by the police officer. So that you're not now criminalizing people. What you're simply doing is giving everybody a chance to be able to prove that these items were legitimately obtained. And that you're not just walking around and asking people through wardens who had no power of arrest to produce information to these wardens, or else you're going to be arrested. There's also, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity now, and there's a distinction now between imported goods, where those goods should be supported also by a bill of lading, receipt, delivery note, or any other evidence. And then there's a penalty for people who falsify documents. All of us know that once people are involved in predatory larceny, and they don't intend to stop, that at some point in time, they will attempt to beat the system. And there is a penalty for doing so, and there's a fine of $10,000 or 5 years in prison for anybody who commits fraud by falsifying documents. And then Section 7, which deals with stolen agricultural products, and this is where all of the farmers were adamant. All of the stakeholders were adamant. The BAS, all of the farming organizations, everyone. They were adamant that the penalties were not stiff enough and that people were only getting a slap on the wrist. And therefore, the recommendation was for the fine, once convicted, to go to $100,000 or 5 years imprisonment or both. These, Mr. Speaker, should serve as a deterrent for people who engage in predatory larceny. In terms of enforcement, Mr. Speaker, Section 8 makes provision for possible arrest and charging of a person by a police officer without a warrant, a police officer to stop a vehicle and conduct searches without a warrant, where that officer has reasonable grounds to suspect the person is in contravention of the Act. Our police officer to request from the person in charge of the vehicle that was searched proof of ownership of commercial quantities of agricultural products found in the vehicle during the search. And Mr. Speaker, this is what policemen do, not wardens. And I'm emphasizing that because there is a difference. Mr. Speaker, these are the areas that were contentious. These are the areas in the Act, Mr. Speaker, that created a humbug, because if left the way they were, then we would find ourselves in utter chaos in this country. And I'm saying this now, and I'm speaking to you, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking to this honorable chamber as a person who grew up in a village. And I understand what it is to rough it. I understand what it is sometimes to have no food. But I also understand what I saw as a boy growing up, where struggle led people to do all kinds of creative things, thinking that they were right and they were not. And Mr. Speaker, it would hurt me immensely if a youngster from Chapelan in St. Philip or from Church Village in St. Philip innocently took goods from a farmer to take to the mini-mart up the road and was stopped by a warden, could not produce proof of purchase, could not produce proof of ownership, and then would have to go to District C police station or wherever the warden is going to take them, because I don't know where the warden will take them anyhow. And that warden then must start by giving that person all the legal headache they can possibly get to prove that they're innocent. That is where I had a problem, sir. I have a problem also, sir, that if, in fact, you went to Chapel Plantation and they didn't have a certificate for you to take those goods and to give to you, because the government printery didn't have certificates, the Ministry of Agriculture didn't have certificates, but they still had to do business. So they gave you the produce, and then that person runs into a problem because of a system like that. Anybody can produce a receipt. You can get easily your own customized receipts at your plantation. You can get easily as a vendor your own customized receipts, and therefore you would have eliminated the challenge of waiting for the minister to produce certificates. Also, Mr. Speaker, I am not convinced that we want to go to a system where a minister by instrument can empower somebody to arrest. And the moment that we reach that stage, I know the honorable member for St. Michael East will go ballistic, because he's a champion of the poor man. Well, we all are. Thank you, honorable member for St. Michael, South Central. And I would hurt, Mr. Speaker, you know why it would hurt? Because I grew up with them boys in Church Village and Chapel Land and in Clifden. And they're all good people, you know, all good people. And if we put systems in place that invariably will make criminals out of them, I think we are the ones that will be failing. And what that bill in 2017 represented a massive failure on the part of the minister then to address a problem that dealt with people who were stealing crops and not necessarily people who were producing crops or people who innocently obtain crops, or people who innocently obtain livestock, or who are rearing livestock. Mr. Speaker, we are now working with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the FAO, to introduce a chip system for livestock, so then that you can have a traceability right through, and that work is being done with the Ministry of Agriculture and the FAO. And then we are also looking at how we can use young people to look at creative ways of introducing a system for traceability. The medicinal cannabis industry is already looking at it. They have already engaged a consultant. And we are going to do the same for crops as well. But truth be told, when I went to Alibaba in China, these traceability systems spoke specifically to food safety, where you needed to know when the food was harvested, which farm it came from, what is the shelf life, the freshness of the produce, etc., up to a certain point, and at what point in time they take it off the shelf and dump it or destroy it. So even when I met with the Chinese in discussing this legislation and seeking to find out from them how I can come up with what the then minister was speaking about traceability, they also suggested to me that traceability is more suitable for food safety. And so the traceability that we are talking about here speaks exactly to electronic devices like electronic receipt, a barcode, and those types of things that you would use in order for us to be able to trace crops that came from either farm gate or from a vendor or even from a supermarket or from a small farmer. But you're not going to get a situation where a small farmer is going to be able to invest in all these things. And that's the reason why we are not making it mandatory for farmers to be registered, and that we are not stopping them from being protected under this legislation because they are not registered. And under the previous legislation, they wanted every single farmer to be registered, and there must be a registry at the ministry being kept by the chief agriculture officer. And if you're not captured there, then you're not protected by the law. That we have also changed, Mr. Speaker. You do not have to be registered in order to be protected by the law. Mr. Speaker, I believe that as it relates to stolen goods that are taken, that the legislation was going in the right direction, where the goods would be held by the chief agricultural officer. They could either be returned to the identified owner or be sold. And if they're perishable goods, then the chief agricultural officer can dispose of those goods and an arrangement be made for reimbursement. So that, to my mind, was going in the right direction. I have fundamentally no problems with that. And then, Mr. Speaker, I believe the rest of the legislation in terms of now having quantities that are deemed to be commercial quantities of agricultural produce would allow for us then to be able to determine what is a commercial quantity and whether or not you want to confuse a person simply because they're carrying agricultural produce and not a commercial quantity. Equally, Mr. Speaker, because of the receipt system, you're not going to be humbug vendors, but we just passed contemporary vending legislation because the last set of legislation attempted to criminalize vendors. And this Barbados Labour Party administration committed to the decriminalization of vendors, and we did that. So that vendors are not now being made criminals for wanting to sell in a space somewhere. Proper vending zones will be created, and the vendors will be able to ply their trade without being harassed by anyone. So that we have already fixed that under the new suite of legislation for vending in Barbados that seek to decriminalize vending in this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, I like to stay away from things that can cause people to misinterpret me. And therefore, there are several things that have been said when we were discussing this legislation in public, and there are things that were completely misunderstood. Now, I hear people targeting fellows who sell sugarcane. I ain't targeting nobody. I am putting a system in place where you can show where you got the sugarcane from. And you don't necessarily have to be a planter. You can purchase. And therefore, I strongly believe that all of this fingering that we engage in this country on a daily basis, a fella fingering, a fella standing up at the roundabout selling sugarcane, he's being fingered. You point him out, he's a thief. You can't do those things to innocent people. And Mr. Speaker, I'm serious, you know. If we can keep this simple, everybody's likely to participate, you know. It is when we make it more complex than what it should be that then we start to create problems and a humbug for people. And I am suggesting, Mr. Speaker, sir, that all vendors will now be on board. We have had the full support of the president of Barvin when we did this consultation. And Mr. Speaker, he is on board, they are on board. It is a question now of how we are going to execute this to make sure people can follow the system. And I strongly believe that the onus is on all Barbadians to determine who they're going to purchase from based on the structure that we have here. That if the person cannot produce for you a receipt, if the person cannot show their proof of ownership or purchase, that you should cease and desist. And that, Mr. Speaker, with the PSAs that we are going to be doing, and the way we are seeking then to roll out how we are going to manage farming and our farming communities and stakeholders so that they too can comply and become compliant with the system, I strongly believe that this is doable, and it takes away the attempts at making criminals out of people, calling people thieves and saying to lock them up if they're thieving. Those things are wrong, Mr. Speaker. And I am confident that my team, along with the CPC, are going in the right direction with this legislation. And I am convinced, Mr. Speaker, that the results, especially for the farming community, for those people who were the victims of prairie larceny, that they now can feel a little more comfortable, and that with the introduction of the technology, that we should be able to do a better job at enforcing. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend this legislation to this honorable chamber. And I wish to ask that we, all of us, acknowledge where we are seeking to take Barbadians in terms of, one, building out an agricultural sector. Honourable for St. Joseph, I ain't finished yet. Building out the sector by way of putting systems in place. Now, the first thing I can hear, right, when I'm finished, the first thing I'm going to hear is that we talking about production and we ain't telling anybody how the people can sell the crops, and that we are talking about production and where you can store all these things if they're stolen. All these things I'm going to hear. So I want to make it abundantly clear and place on record that we are now creating storage capacity through the Barbados-Ghana Food Terminal. that would give us an opportunity to hold 40 20-foot containers, 20-foot containers at that facility, and that at the same time we can increase the capacity, that we are going to be using storage, contemporary storage facilities, Mr. Speaker, where you can use blast freezing and chilling and waxing as well, so that we can hold produce over a period of time. Now, onions is a crop that we produce in Barbados, but I don't think we've ever reached full capacity with onions because of the issues with storage, etc. Iron is a crop that you have to dry. So we are also putting that system in place through the BADMC to be able to do the drying, but to store more onions in Barbados and ramp up onion production in this country as well. And then, Mr. Speaker, we have started the process to increase our black belly sheep. We have already started the process with Guyana, where we are going to be doing the hybrid crossing of the sheep to give us a better, a bigger animal. And then we are also going to use the same system in Barbados to ramp up production, Mr. Speaker. We are well on the way with our aquaculture project, which the BADMC is doing, so that by next year we will also be producing our own shrimp, our prawns, and we will also be producing our freshwater fish. These would give people an opportunity to participate at various levels in agriculture. But if, Mr. Speaker, you thought that we were just looking at the commercial aspects of it, we are not. And so I've asked for the ministry to come up with a program that gives us an opportunity to include Barbadians getting back to kitchen gardens and community gardens. And that is where we are going with Project Care, where Barbadians will literally be able to grow their own food with the assistance of the ministry through its agencies, the BAMC and the BADMC. We have a few model projects that we are going to show to the country, and they are growing a variety of crops. We are working now with Dr. Chelston Braffett, who used to be Director General at ICA, to produce small aquaponic farms where you're growing your fruits and vegetables on one level, and then you have your fish farm on the other level, and the nitrates from the fishing can go to feed the crops. And those will be part of Project Care. The chairman, who happens to be the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, is working with the rest of the team for us to get Project Care up and running. This is gonna give Barbadians a chance to be able to eat healthy food. And I spoke to this on numerous occasions when I mentioned that if we are going to change the palates of our young people, we must do so knowing full well that we take responsibility for what they find at home. And if a child comes home and that child can find a banana, some grapes, a strawberry, a golden apple, an avocado, a mango, just like how I used to know it, then that child will consume those. But if a child comes home to all the unhealthy packaged foods, processed foods, fast food, that child wouldn't know any different, and so it would develop a palate for those. And that is where we will continue to get our NCDs. And therefore, with Project Care, just think of the man or woman or child who invariably would not have been able to get something as simple as vegetables with a meal on a frequent or daily basis. That family can now have vegetables on a frequent or daily basis. And that if we are speaking to food security, which a lot of people get wrong, food security is about the daily availability of food, but not just food, but wholesome food. Because you can have the daily availability of all starches or all fast food, and that really and truly is not food security. Food security also speaks to people being able to access food at a reasonable price so that they can afford to purchase food for daily consumption. And food security is about healthy eating as well, where people eat healthy food, and we are able then to combat a lot of the NCDs that we are seeing. People get this wrong, and I understand why people get it wrong. But again, that is part of an education process where we will need then to zoom in on what we are sharing with the public in order for us to be able to address issues of food security and indeed food sovereignty, simply because you should know what is being applied to the crops, what pesticides are being used, and how those foods are being processed as well and packaged. So yes, I agree that we must also know what is going into our foods. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that the work at the ministry in being able to establish medicinal cannabis legislation to give people a new industry in this country, where we have now issued licenses to Barbadians first and foremost, that we are seeking now to carve out an ecosystem for Barbadians to become owners, just like the model we use with the sugar industry, where Barbadians can literally own the entire industry and the government would give them the start and then transition out of the system, allowing for them to own it. And the medicinal cannabis industry is moving along. We've had our slowdown periods between 2020 and 2021. And in 2022, we were able to issue licenses to two Barbadians to the value of just about $1.5 million in license fees. And there are several others that we are waiting to approve as well. I want to see Barbadians owning the medicinal cannabis industry, and I'm pleased that we were able to grant those licenses to Barbadians. So far, we do not have any international investors getting licenses, but may I remind everybody that our industry has a 30% carve-out for Barbadian ownership and international investment as well. So however you look at it, Barbadians will be part of the ownership structure. And then, Mr. Speaker, we have had battles upon battles with the unions of Barbados in terms of facilities for farmers. And we have answered the call and are now providing proper bathroom facilities on farms where laborers on the farms can have a convenient way of answering nature's call. And at the same time, proper facilities for having lunch. They can have charging ports for the mobile phones, and the facilities are driven by solar voltaic energy. So we have done that as well. So our people don't have to resort to going in the bush in order to answer nature's call. And we have also, Mr. Speaker, improved the husbandry practices upon all of the farms, making it mandatory for farmers to follow certain husbandry practices in order for them to receive the incentives. And then we have been paying all of our bills to the farmers on time. This is a complete turnaround in agriculture. We will continue to press on, but all of what we're doing justifies why we have to get this legislation here so that we can also provide the necessary protection for our farmers. And Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Honourable Mr. Michael North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. for the opportunity to make a brief intervention on the bill that is before the House, the Protection of Agricultural Products Bill. I first want to commend the Honourable Member for St. Philip South, the Minister responsible for Agriculture, for his presentation and for laying this bill in the House this morning, and for the advancements that are taking place under his charge. Mr. Speaker, sir, he would have outlined for us the fact that many attempts have been made to address this issue of predial larceny over the years. 2 legislative attempts in particular were made, and they unfortunately fell short in one way or the other. And today, as we debate this bill, this is our government's attempt and effort to correct the deficiencies that were identified in those 2 previous legislative efforts, to protect what we can consider and what we have acknowledged as a government as one of our most critical sectors, that is, our farmers. Mr. Speaker, sir, I do not have to remind the members of this House, this honorable House, of the importance of the role played by farmers, especially as it relates to what we experienced over the last 2 years in the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I remember driving along the highways and byways of our country, and something that was probably never thought to be possible. To see, Mr. Speaker, men and women, children standing up in long lines by roadside vendors and market vendors to purchase produce and fruits and vegetables from our local suppliers. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker, the importance of nutritious meals was borne out, and many of our citizens found their way to the various roadside vendors, the various markets across the length and breadth of our country to be able to make purchases of their fruits and the vegetables to build up their immunity and to ensure that their family had nutritious and sumptuous meals for which to consume and to keep themselves as safe as possible from the COVID-19 virus. So during that time, it really elevated and highlighted and underscored the importance of our farmers. The need for us now, therefore, Mr. Speaker, to bring legislation that will protect them cannot be understated. Mr. Speaker, sir, the member who last spoke, as the Minister responsible for Agriculture, has been leading the charge to bring our country into the realm of not only food security, but food sovereignty. And he would have done a good job of explaining to us the difference between food security and food safety. And we understand, Mr. Speaker, that those who held these posts before, former ministers of Agriculture, who are thankfully no longer in this place, would not have even understood the distinction between those terms. And therefore, we are not surprised by the failings that they would have demonstrated in their duties. But Mr. Speaker, as I began to think about predial larceny and my interaction with this topic, as I was composing myself and preparing myself to support the Honourable Member for St. Philip South, I remember as a little boy in Eden Lodge, 2G Nursery Lane, Eden Lodge, St. Michael to be exact, I remember looking outside my door on many occasions, Mr. Speaker, and I would see, as a very young child, I would see those vendors, those guys passing through my gap with stalks and stalks of cane, sugar cane on their head, bound by a rope. And they would pass through, Mr. Speaker, the gap, and my mother and many of my neighbors would go out and they would buy many a stalk of sugar cane, and they would sit on the step and they would peel it, and we would have fun, eating it. This is my first really memory of interacting with agricultural products. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, my mother would take us, I would say, not use the word take, let me retract that. My mother would drag us down to the Cheapside Market. I remember the Cheapside Market very well, all on the inside and outside, all along the road. There was vendors galore selling herbs and produce. Those were my early memories of interacting with vendors, interacting with agricultural products. I did not understand what predial larceny was. I did not understand how the man who was selling the sugarcane in my gap came to acquire the sugarcane. I didn't understand. I didn't know. I just accepted it. But predial larceny, as I have grown to understand, has been a major problem in our society for many a decade, many, many years, Mr. Speaker. As I grew up and as I matured and as I came into the world of work, etc., I began to hear about the plight of many vendors, many farmers. And Mr. Speaker, we must not remove ourselves or detach ourselves from the impact of predial larceny on those farmers. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, you invest your blood, your sweat, your tears, your money into plowing up a piece of land, into planting various seeds of whatever crop it is, investing the time and energy, the water, the everything, pouring your efforts into this product or products. And just when your product is reaching the stage of being ripe and ready to be harvested, you come out the next morning and find hallowed grounds. You come out and find holes in the ground. You come out and find pens that have been raided. Mr. Speaker, I've heard accounts of farmers who came out and found their cows, their cattle, their sheep butchered on the spot. Butchered on the spot. Can you imagine the pain and the anguish of our farmers who for many years have invested their efforts into rearing animals and producing crops, only to be surrounded, only then to find that somebody else comes and steals the fruit of their labors. This is what this bill is about this morning, Mr. Speaker. This is about protecting those who are in the area of producing agricultural products for our country, for their own livelihood, of course, first and foremost, but even as COVID-19 has taught us, for the rest of us as people in this Barbados, so we too can have access of the fruit of their labors. It is not fair, Mr. Speaker, that after persons would put in all of this effort, that someone else could reap the rewards and the benefits. This issue of predial larceny has bewildered many an administration. As I said, those previous attempts dating back even to 2017, the last one, were made in an effort to address this issue, but they were done in such a haphazard and ineffective way, ineffectual manner, that unfortunately the issue continues to this day. But our administration, this Barbados Labour Party administration, has heard the cries of our farmers. We have listened to the various stakeholders. The honourable member who just spoke would have said how we would have engaged all of the various stakeholders in this regard, from the BAS to the farmers themselves. We have taken the time to listen to them. We have heard, and we have now brought legislation today that can address and protect the farmers of Barbados. I want to go now to the bill, Mr. Speaker, because I want this intervention to be very brief today. I'm sure that there are many other members today that want to contribute to it, as it is a very important and substantive piece of legislation. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the bill makes clear, very, very clear, certain definitions. In particular, we want to focus on a few of them: agricultural products. And many persons who are listening to this debate may be wondering, what are agricultural products? The bill makes it clear. And it says that all products that are grown in or on land that is produced for the purpose of human consumption, for forage, products cultivated for animals. So it starts out by defining what an agricultural product is. In this 2022 bill, we have expanded this definition now to include, as the honourable member would have mentioned, something that was a glaring oversight before: sugarcane, culinary herbs, livestock. Mr. Speaker, how could you have protection of agricultural products and not include livestock? A joke. We have now expanded to include that. What else have we included, Mr. Speaker? We have now included freshwater fish for human consumption. Why is this important? Because the honourable member who last spoke would have made it very clear that we are now opening up even new industries for the people of Barbados relative to farming of fresh fish, prawns and shrimp and other things like that. Mr. Speaker, opportunities abound in the area of agriculture, and it's a shame that previous ministers of agriculture did not see or did not have a vision, but we have a minister right now who has a vision and has a plan for agriculture. And in this bill, Mr. Speaker, we also better define what commercial quantities mean. And this is an important definition, Mr. Speaker, because if you don't know what a commercial quantity is, you are liable to contravene in the legislation when passed. So it's important, Mr. Speaker, that all of us understand what those commercial quantities are. And within the context of this proposed legislation today, it means the value or the quantity of agricultural products as set out in the attached schedule. And that schedule makes it very clear what those quantities are for the range of products that are available to us here in Barbados. So there can be no ambiguity, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to what is covered under this legislation and what is not. What quantum and the requirements under which you must apply yourself to ensuring that you do not contravene this bill once passed and becomes an act. For example, Mr. Speaker, if a person is seeking to sell or even give away, you may have a small piece of land, you may have your kitchen garden, and you produce some potatoes, you may produce some edibles and some yams, bananas even, and you want to give them away to your family as is your custom. As long, Mr. Speaker, as it is less than 25 kilograms, you're good to go. No problem. Less than 25 kilograms, no issues. But once you get to 25 and over, you now have to make sure you adhere to the requirements that have been outlined within this legislation. In that case, Mr. Speaker, you will be required to issue a receipt or a bill of lading, a delivery note to that recipient of that produce, so that proof of ownership can be established. Mr. Speaker, we are addressing and seeking to address predial larceny, and that is a case where you cannot prove where you got your items from. And we want in this legislation to strengthen and protect the farmers of Barbados so that when people receive stolen goods or receive things that they do not know the origins thereof, they now need to ask themselves and ask of that provider some questions relative to the proof of ownership. That's what this legislation is about. Some people among us in our society think it fitting, Mr. Speaker, that they can go about and steal the fruit of others' labors. But it takes two hands to clap. It is not just the person who goes into the field in the dark of night and takes up the person's produce or takes up the person's animals and livestock, Mr. Speaker. It is the other persons who are on the other side of this transaction. And the honourable member called it organized crime, basically, where persons are now making a racket out of predial larceny. Those going into the field are finding willing people who will take those products and then go into various markets and go into various places and distribute those goods to unsuspecting market vendors and, of course, to the general public. Well, going forward, Mr. Speaker, if you're seeking to sell quantities in excess of those that are listed in the schedule, you will need to satisfy the requirements of burden of proof, where you will have to show your receipts. If you're in possession of those goods, you have to prove by show of a receipt where you would have paid money to receive those goods. And we are not unfair, Mr. Speaker. If a person at the point in time when a member of the Barbados Police Service stops you, pulls you over, interacts with you at your stall, says to you, where did you get these things from? and you're not in that very same moment able to produce the receipts that are required, you have 24 hours. 24 hours within which to get those receipts, to get that proof of ownership, proof of purchase to the requisite police station. This administration, Mr. Speaker, is serious about reducing this scourge called predial larceny. This bill covers not only producers and sellers, but it goes so far as to deal with importers as well of agricultural products. Mr. Speaker, the fines and penalties for not being able to prove ownership. Mr. Speaker, we have bolstered that. We have taken the fines and we have moved them from a minimum of $5,000 up to $100,000. And there's also the possibility, Mr. Speaker, that you can also serve some time in our prison, up to 5 years. Mr. Speaker, we are not joking around with this thing anymore. We can no longer allow this scourge to continue in a civilized, progressive society. It has to stop. No one should feel it is their right to go into somebody else's grounds, their pens, and take up things that do not belong to them. If you are found with them, Mr. Speaker, you will be facing the potential fines of up to $100,000 or 5 years in the prison cell. 5 years in the prison cell. It does not pay, Mr. Speaker, you know this quite well from your profession. It does not pay to do crime. It does not pay to do crime. If we do things the right way, all of us will be able to benefit in this society. The legislation gives members of the Barbados Police Service the legal right and authority to question individuals relative to providing or proving their rightful ownership of the produce in their possession. And Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, this is something that the police service did not have before. They had to go through all sorts of crazy mechanisms and jump through all sorts of hoops, wardens and this thing and a registry and all sorts of nonsense that would not have been able, I don't know if I can say nonsense, but anyway, hoops that they had to jump through that would have made it, pardon? A humbug, a nuisance, an annoyance. And ultimately, because of all of those hoops you had to jump through and all the humbug, no one would ever have been able to really been prosecuted for this crime before. But now we are making strides, significant strides, Mr. Speaker, to correct this issue and to put teeth into the legislation, to put authority into the hands of our Barbados Police Service so that now we can really police, monitor, and control this scourge and reduce this scourge and help ultimately, Mr. Speaker, to eliminate this scourge called predial larceny. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, we need this to cease. I want to speak to every citizen in our country. It is important that as we go forward as a civilized society that we work together. It is not right for us to try to tear down others thinking that we can lift ourselves up. And this applies not only to predial larceny and to the protection of agricultural products, but in every sphere of our existence as Barbadians. We have to come together and work together as one. There's absolutely no reason why a person, if you see a farmer getting through, go and offer help to contribute to his success or her success, man. Make an effort to work with that farmer. Make a contribution that is positive to his or her attempts and efforts. And then ultimately you will be able to share in the bounty as well. But we will not, as a government, allow for a system to exist and be maintained and obtained where people can, with immunity and impunity, think that they can get away with this thing and go and take as they like. It must stop. And I speak to every citizen, please stop it. This legislation has my full support, Mr. Speaker. The member for St. Philip South has my full support and that of the government. And we look forward, Mr. Speaker, to continue to build out this space of agriculture so that not only creative opportunities are created for our people from a revenue perspective, but also that we as a country can continue to have food security and food sovereignty. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged. Thank you.
Michael, South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, my mother was a small farmer. And perhaps she is a part of the reason that I have myself such an interest in farming. And as some of my colleagues will now know, an interest in black-bellied sheep in particular. I used to have to get up at hours that no primary school child probably should have to get up and go and stake out sheep. And as those of us who had that task would know, sheep love to cause chaos. They run around in circles. There are many times that they got wrapped up around my feet and I toppled over. Had to go and cut meat. And at that time, I don't know how they do it now. At that time, we had to use a scythe or a sickle, as you would call it. I don't even know if people know what that looks like now. And go and cut meat from the side of the road and tie it up and bring it back. How many ants' nests I stepped in. But it perhaps laid the foundation for my interest in farming. They say, sir, that the first economists were farmers. And I might put it another way by saying that farmers are the original economists. Because, as I always say in this place, economics is about provisioning to people. And we now appreciate the broader understanding of economics, which is about keeping resources and ecosystems in balance for the sustainability of all life and livelihoods. That's what economics is. That's what farming is. That's what being responsible for the food and nutrition security of an entire nation and contributing to the food and nutrition security of a region, that's what that is. And as the honorable member who spoke before me suggested, it is a huge contribution to civilization. It is not just about being a productive sector and generating economic activity, but keeping us all alive. And that is why we take these matters so seriously. But sir, apart from the story of how my mother's small farming was able to literally keep food on the table for us, we didn't do fancy salads when I was growing up. My mother would send us to get some lettuce, put the lettuce in the middle of the table and break off one by one, like how people break off bread and eat. And that is the way that we ate a lot of our vegetables. And a lot of the resources that we use to help us with some of the activities that we did as children, we could not have done without the income that my mother made from small farm. And I watched my mother pick spinach that grew over the paling, put it in large garbage bags, and catch a bus, 2 buses, to have to take that produce to the supermarket. And if somebody had come before she was able to harvest and taken that, then there were many tours to Andromeda Gardens or to Otterson House or whatever that we would not have gone on. Because my mother used those resources to help supplement our educational experience. Because there's a lot of education that does not just happen in the classroom, and there are a lot of resources that parents need to find that are not met by the state. But sir, I want to tell you another story. Not from my childhood this time, but more recent. A story of a Bajan farmer and his experience over this recent crop over, this last lap crop over weekend. And he got up one of the mornings over that weekend to find that 2 of his sires, his serving rams, had been stolen. Now, It took some time for him to also discover that some of the ewes had been taken, some of the equipment had been taken. He called the police. And it being last lap crop over weekend, the police found themselves not in a position to respond because all resources had been deployed to the various crop over events. And we understand as well that given the recent concerns with safety and security, I mean, I would imagine that these are concerns we have every year, that those resources were needed at that time. But I regret to say that actually to this day, he has not been able to make a report because the police have not responded. And we know that crop over has finished some time now. Sir, when I heard from him about that experience, having an interest as I do in black belly sheep farming and in the genetic project in which Barbados is engaged and in the work on the stock and making sure that we're able to breed a better, larger, higher quality animal with whose meat that is eventually produced is very competitive on global markets. It was, sir, I felt deflated. I felt, and I could only imagine, given all of his decades of work, including with some of the farmers from Greenland and the work that they're doing on sheep, on black belly sheep at the Greenland project, I could not even imagine how dejected and completely forlorn he felt. Because, sir, the value of livestock in particular is not just about the meat or the carcass, but is about the breeding of future progeny, is about the genetics, and an environment where we are trying to develop the best black belly sheep stock, and in an environment where this is a target of the ministry of the country of this region, there has been tremendous value that has been lost by that theft. So I'm happy to hear, sir, about the rapid response unit that will be placed in the Barbados Police Service. Because I dare say that if that farmer had gotten a more immediate response, there may have been some capacity for tracking of the offenders that may have meant that he may have been able to recover one or two, if not all, of the animals that had been taken. But I will be equally happy, sir, to see or to hear where the resources for that unit will be allocated in the estimates of expenditure, because it seems to me that it cannot be a question of taking resources, current resources from the Barbados Police Service and creating a rapid response unit for this purpose. Because we know, and we experience every day, how constrained the Barbados Police Service is with all of the different areas of enforcement that they're called upon to fulfill. We have enforcement requirements across every area of legislation. We have enforcement requirements when it comes to planning. And as I stand here and I can see the member for St. George North, who for sure may have take exception to some of the enforcement capacity from the Planning and Development Department as it relates to monitoring the activities of a certain dump site close to where she has responsibility for. The enforcement constraints of the Barbados Police Service and of all of the agencies of government are real, and it is not for absence of political will. It is not for absence of will on the part of the police service. It is absence of resources. If I hear of or know of an incident of animal cruelty, I can't just show up and demand the people surrender the animal to me. I have to go with a police officer. And every day, the Barbados Police Service has to make decisions about what is a more critical response. Whether it is to go and track down sheep, or it is to respond to a crime of a violent nature. Now, those two things occupy important places. But it is a decision when it is a question of scarce resources. So when it comes to the Rapid Response Unit in the Barbados Police Service, for this purpose, we have to make sure that we allocate the new resources. And we aren't drawing from current resources because that's going to shift the problem from one sector to another. One of my concerns, sir, with respect to the legislation, and I'm sure that when others speak and when the honourable member who introduced this bill closes, he will perhaps point to some part that I have missed or some part that is captured, or how this is captured in some part of the legislation that I do not appreciate. And so I will be happy to be corrected. But it seems to me that the legislation speaks primarily to what we understand to be standard commercial transactions. The question of buying and selling. But we really need, I believe, to address all of the circumstances under which agricultural products may enter into the custody of others. And what do I mean by that? The way that the abattoir or even large commercial butchers will operate is that if a farmer is known to them and a farmer brings in an animal, they will say, okay, well, I know that farmer holder raises sheep, and this must be one of the sheep, and I will butcher the animal, and that's fine. And so that makes this legislation so important because I have to prove, and I hope that is contemplated to include butchers and abattoirs because they also take custody of agricultural products of livestock. But to be able to prove that this is my animal that I have reared or that I have purchased for the purpose of slaughter. Because at the point, you can't undo slaughtering an animal. So at the point that the animal has been slaughtered, then it is very difficult for me to get real restitution. So the question has to be less about pure commercial transactions as we understand them, buying and selling, but the question of custody. And when an animal, and forgive me for focusing in my intervention on livestock, sir, but when an animal happens to pass into the possession of another for whatever reason, then this very important work that the legislation is introducing, this very important measure of tracing and tracking and having to show that you have come honestly by this animal or by this product, then that also has to be introduced. So I think that the legislation must have a chain of custody approach and not just about domestic buying and selling and importing and exporting. And I'm sure that it is framed, or the honourable member will point out to me where it is framed to be able to account for that. But sir, as has been said, many of the thieves are themselves farmers. And so we have to make sure that every individual, I don't care how large and important your farm is, that every individual must be required to submit to the measures in this legislation. Now, the other part of what the Honourable Member for St. Philip South reinforced that is very important is the fact that legislation alone is not going to solve this issue. Legislation alone is not going to get us there. So I was very happy to hear about the measures that are contemplated with respect to tagging and with respect to electronic tagging and tracking. I think that this has to go hand in hand. It really has to be able to accompany what this legislation is trying to do. And I don't want us to get overwhelmed by the notion that it is too expensive. I'm happy to hear about the project with the Food and Agricultural Organization. I would be pleased to know when it is likely to start and the kind of coverage that it is likely to give us in terms of how many farmers can be included. Because I've done some of my own checking, and I was especially prompted to do some of my own checking when that farmer had that experience recently, to see what is some of the costing associated with this rice grain tagging that is now being used, where you introduce a single, very, very small chip behind the ear of the animal, and you're able to say, this animal, this is barcoded, it belongs to whichever farmer, and you're able to trace it that way. If we are able to introduce that alongside this legislation, I fear that this legislation will not have the power and the strength and the teeth that we would like it to have, because a system of electronic tagging and tracking is far more reliable than having a receipt that can be falsified. And we know that there's a penalty for falsification, but as I said, when my prize terminal sire is taken and slaughtered, then that's a wrap. For me to recover that, for even restitution to be made for that, I mean, the value that is lost, I am not sure that it can be easily addressed with any attempts at restitution. So I believe that this is something that we have to look at very, very closely. The fact that we can have chips implanted, the fact that we can have ear tagging that is done now, but the kind of ear tagging that means that you can only remove it, the only way that you can remove it will cause the ear to be ripped, as many know. And once I get an animal with a ripped ear, then I'm gonna start to ask questions. Well, where is this tag? And why was the tag removed? And explain to me why you cannot tell me where you got this animal. I think that the legislation is correct, and that the framers of the legislation are correct to not penalize a farmer who is not registered, and to say that he or she is not offered protection under the legislation. I think that is correct. However, I want us to continue to encourage farmers to be registered, and to make it so that that registration means something to the value that they get from the state. As farmers, I want to make sure that we register the lands on which farming is done, that we encourage people to register the storage facilities that they're using. Because if I, as a member of the Barbados Police Service, happen upon a storage facility with a certain number of carcasses and I don't know, or you haven't registered this storage facility as a farmer or as a butcher, then I want to know what is happening here. I think, as the Honourable Minister who introduced the bill has emphasized repeatedly, we have to come at this from several different angles. The legislation is a start, and it is an important start that remedies a lot of the problems with the last attempt at framing this legislation. But I think we also have, we have to make sure we don't psych ourselves out. We have to make sure that we don't tell ourselves this is too hard. Because I'm advised that in a place like Barbados, we really have the capacity, if we're talking about a large farm or a major farm in Barbados having somewhere around 600 sheep at a maximum, or 100 sows in the case of pigs, then it means that it is not prohibitive to tag all those animals. It is absolutely doable to tag all those animals. I was reading some reports from a farm in the Netherlands, and their system requires every single animal, and we are talking about tremendously large farms. We're talking about animals that roam over acres and acres, and their system requires you to tag every animal. And again, these are often questions of scale. And so if we are able to, as an area of functional cooperation with our colleagues in the region, to be able to introduce this technology such that we acquire it at scale, we deploy it at scale, then I believe I haven't done all the numbers, just a little back of the envelope calculation, but I believe that it is absolutely doable. I think that the question of using drones is important, but I want us to appreciate, and I do not think it can be overstated, what the Honourable Member for St. Philip South tried to have us understand. This is organized crime. Some of the stories and some of the experiences I have myself had suggest to me that these are individuals who are themselves farmers, and that is perhaps the most hurtful part. These are people who themselves understand the pain of losing animals and losing crops. And they get together with others and organize because they have visited a farm and seen what others are able to do, decide they want it for themselves and they do not want to come to it by honest means. And that is why I even question the $100,000 fine or the 5 years imprisonment. Because some of these thieves are wealthy. They can easily pay $100,000 and go tomorrow and thief again. And so understanding that this comes down to $100,000, and I know that with respect to the setting of fines, we have to understand that we are dealing with people with different levels of economic capacity. That is important. But I believe that when it comes down to the discretion of the judge in the case, that some of these individuals we may have to imprison. And I'm talking about people of means. Because $100,000, first of all, does not even begin to match my opportunity cost from having lost a prize breeding ram. The offspring of that ram that I could have in the future and breed and breed and breed and be able to develop very valuable stock, the $100,000 doesn't begin to cover that. But apart from that, bearing in mind that these are individuals of means who themselves are very organized and have large vehicles and refrigerator trucks and all kinds of things to be able to go and slaughter and then move the meat. I mean, these things are sophisticated operations. And so I hope that for some of these cases, when we appreciate that an individual is a person of means for whom a $100,000 fine means nothing, that we set an example by perhaps introducing a penalty that they will feel more. So, sir, I do not have much to contribute in the way of big philosophical conversations. But I do have a lot of what I think are practical reflections. I am encouraged by the massive level of consultation that has gone on with the farming community with respect to this legislation. I think that for farming in particular, it is extremely important to listen to not just established farmers that are doing this as a productive endeavor, but also to small farmers. And I will say to you that there are things that my mother has learned and taught us about farming, that her mother learned and taught her about farming, that I believe that some commercial farmers don't know. And that means that she has been able to be extremely successful, even though doing it on a small scale. So I am encouraged that small farmers, large commercial farmers, vendors, all sectors of the population have been consulted. I would encourage us to continue to consult with those in the technology sector as well, who will be able to help us execute on this electronic tagging of animals so that I am not relying on a piece of paper that can be falsified, and that eventually I am able to have a database of these animals. In Barbados, it is eminently doable, so that we can minimize this issue and have surety. I will say as well that when it comes to the question of how we hold some of the stolen goods in custody, that I do hope that there can be quick return if we are able to prove ownership, because I really would not like to know that in the case of livestock, that animals are being held, because I know how I treat my animals and I don't want anybody else responsible for feeding or otherwise handling them. So, sir, I feel pleased with the start that we have made. I congratulate the officers in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food and Nutrition Security led by the minister. As he has himself suggested, this is going to come down to the execution, and this is going to come down to being able to send the strongest signals to this underground market that exists, that we are no longer tolerating this. I equally congratulate the officers on the work that they have been doing in other areas of the sector, at different levels of the sector, including through the community farming. I and the people of St. Michael South Central are eagerly awaiting the start of the Pine Plantation Road farming project. I cannot wait for us to be able to see the containers that are to be delivered, so that rather than open farming, we can introduce some technology to that area, and so that people who live in the area are able to have access to the wherewithal to do farming. St. Michael people farm too. My mother raised us in Haggard Hall, and she was a farmer, and it meant that we were able to be raised on good food and go school and learn, as she would often say. So, sir, with those words, I commend this bill, and I look forward to the continued work of the ministry in protecting our farmers and our livelihoods. Thank you.
Honourable Gracious East.
Mr. Speaker, I am about to do things a little bit differently today. I usually tend to try to expand upon the legal aspects of the bill and try to explain the legality, but my learned friend from St. Philip's South, sir, seems to have sometime recently taken a course in law, because he stripped down the legislation and pointed to the technicalities in a way that I don't have to do it. Sir, allow me to start by commending the Honourable Minister of Agriculture and the Honourable Member for St. Philip's South on not just this bill, but also the program, the comprehensive, aggressive agricultural program that he and his ministry and his officials have been conducting in and across Barbados. It is worthy of serious commendations. He can't pat himself on the back. But as we go, we had a problem with bush before, sir, and a lot of lands being overgrown. And what Minister Ford has not converted into botanical gardens, everything else has been plowed into agriculture. So in many areas where people had issues with overgrown lots and overgrown acres of government lands, a lot of these lands are into cultivation. So aggressive is the campaign by the Honourable Minister, sir, that my ministry had identified land on a map to do a project, and we went and saw it, sir. And 10 days later, I took everybody concerned to see exactly where we were going to do this project and build this bond. And sir, imagine my surprise when all of us, myself, my PS, so overseas persons, we all go to the area which had been identified and see the area within the 10 days since I last saw it under cultivation, plowed up and planted. I had some choice words from my friend at the time. But he said, if we are going to feed our country and feed our people, then we have to use all available land. And it was my fault, because it was excess land. Although it didn't necessarily fall under him, I should have asked him a question so he didn't go and plow it up and plant it. We had to leave it, sir, and find someplace else. But that is the nature of the man. Sir, I find that we tend often to lose focus when we start to call things by names other than what they are. We get pretty, sir, with some terminology and don't realize what it is at its basis form. We call theft of crops predial larceny. And predial larceny, sir, then takes on its own persona. And we start to water it down a little bit. We start to say it's predial larceny, so this is not as bad as housebreaking. It's predial larceny, and this is not as bad as robbery. It's predial larceny, this is not as bad as snatching a handbag from a car. But sir, predial larceny is theft. It is theft and must be considered, viewed, responded to, and regarded, sir, in the way that we regard any other criminal enterprise or any other aspect of theft. It is theft of growing crops. People may think, well, nobody can get hurt. But sir, sometimes nobody gets hurt only because nobody was there at the time. And if I have a shop, sir, and I have all these items hanging up in my shop, and I bought them, I purchased them from a supplier, I expended my money, I bought the stuff, I have it in my shop, and somebody breaks in that shop and carries away all. There'll be a public outcry in Barbados. Look how they rob the small man. Look how they rob the poor black businessman. But that same value of crops growing in a ground that I plowed a field and bought the seedlings and put the seedlings in and watered the seedlings and fertilized the seedlings and had pesticide for the seedlings and did all of the other things related to those seedlings and watched them grow. I had to time that harvest. I had to make sure that I did it when it gets sufficient rain. I timed it and watched those things grow. And then we wake up one morning and it's all gone. Well, sir, that is probably even worse than the theft of the goods from the shop. When we talk about the loss of $100,000 in crops by a farmer, let's bring it even smaller numbers. When we talk about the loss of $10,000 in crops by a farmer, it is not just the $10,000 that you would have gained had you sold that, because no, you don't have that at all. So you're starting from zero, so you lost the $10,000 sale, and you're working your way backward because you've also lost the time you spent planting the crops. You also lost the input cost of everything that went into those crops. And that is the livelihood of the farmer. In the same way, sir, that I go to my ministry and I put in my work, in the same way that the persons that drive a bus go every day and they put in their work and they expect to see their paycheck at the end of the month or when the pay cycle is due. The farmers expect, sir, to reap what it is that they sow. Sir, Ecclesiastes 3, 1-8 sets out all the things that there's a time for. Interestingly, sir, and if you look at them, they tend to go in a little bit of a descending order. So they start with the most important ones first and then come down to, I don't want to say the lesser ones, but the less severe ones. They say there's a time for everything under the heavens. Some say under the sun, depending on what version of the Bible you're using. It starts, sir, with a time to be born and a time to die. That's number one. You know what the second one is? A time to sow and a time to reap. Because the provision of food comes second only to the right to life. That was the Bible. A time to sow and a time to reap. And that dealt, sir, with the provision of food. And I'm sure that the writer of Ecclesiastes contemplated that the time to sow and the time to reap and the sowing and the reaping were being done by the same person. It is unconscionable. It is unconscionable for someone to reap a harvest that another man has planted. Okay? We talk about this theoretically. I've been theoretical so far. I recently, sir, have made the acquaintance of a number of farmers. And I hang out with farmers. I sometimes get quite generous gifts. Like somebody gave me a bag of potatoes. I don't know, sir, what I would do with a whole 100 pounds of potatoes, but my constituents benefited from it. But I've started to hang with farmers. And I've gotten to learn. I've actually introduced the member for St. Philip's South to a number of farmers himself. And sir, the things that I know now that I did not know before. Like, when I asked them, your canes, how come you all don't plant right up to the road? They said, but we do sometimes. But our first 10 feet are missing there as the monkeys. The monkeys break off that first 10 feet there. And you start to lose, when they plant, there's acceptable and perceived waste. You contemplate some loss. You contemplate some loss to rats. You contemplate some loss because the rain didn't come in properly. You contemplate some loss because the harvest stays in the ground too long. You contemplate some loss, sir, because of the monkeys. Those are things, sir, that are contemplatable and planned losses, because in many instances you actually can't control those. The monkeys ain't got no conscience. But people do. And I was at one of the farmers' house a day when we got a phone call. And he got a phone call that his entire sweet potato plot had gone overnight. The entire thing gone. Not a piece in left. But monkeys pull out some. All gone. Every last sweet potato gone overnight. In preparing for today, sir, I've spoken to some of the same farmers. I've spoken to people in agriculture. And they explain the most heartbreaking thing is you put in all the work. And it's not that the thief takes some, but stealing has become such a calculated enterprise that their business, in the same way that you sow and you hope to reap, their business is to reap from you and to sell to somebody else. In every business enterprise, sir, you contemplate input costs. Every single one of us who has been in business or goes into business, no matter what business that you're in, you contemplate the input costs. If you are a landlord, at some point in time you had to buy the property and you have to do maintenance and upkeep on it. I started to point at my friend from Christchurch West, but he just happens to be on my left hand and I let using this hand. Right? Sir, if you are an artist, you have to buy the paints and the canvas. You have to put your time in, paint the artwork, and then you put it to sell it. If you're a farmer, you have to buy the raw materials that go into the ground and all the other things to prepare the ground in order for you to sell it. I was about to say a pretty larcenist, but I don't want to call it so pretty. A bold-faced crop thief. His input cost is simply the cost of the gasoline and getting his car to your field to reap all your crops and to get a profit. So it is this enterprise, sir, that has no expenses and is solely profit. We cannot let that continue. Now, we keep talking, sir, about the poor black man. And you know what? All of us in here are to champion those who don't have a voice. All of us in here, we take pride in fighting for those in our constituencies or those across Barbados who can't necessarily fight for themselves. We take pride where they can fight for themselves up to a certain level, then we actually fight for them past that level. That is what we're here to do. We're here to, at the end of our term, leave Barbados better than when we found it. That's what we're here to do. Sir, my friend spoke about the persons who sell cane by the roundabouts. And I have no difficulty with a man selling cane by a roundabout. if you came by the cane legally. So I agree with my friend. Ask a man to produce a receipt. Vending itself is not a bad thing. I don't say move them from by the roundabout. Sometimes it's dangerous, but you know what? Until we find some place better to put them, that's not even the crux of what I'm coming at. I don't say stop them from selling the cane. I say ask for proof. Ask for proof. If you know somebody has never owned a cane piece in their life, they ain't got no family that growing canes in the backyard, but they're selling cane day in and day out in the season, not a little bit of cane. The cane has been peeled, the cane has been sliced, the cane has been packaged. This is their business. It is laid out. Some have coolers, large coolers. And that is your business. Show me where you got the cane. If you came by it by legal means, I have no difficulty with you. If you cannot establish where you got that cane from, I have a difficulty. Let's go to coconut vendors. I buy coconut water. I love buying coconut water. Sir, I put myself omnia presumuntur, which is the legal maxim, sir, that you presume that which should have been done has actually indeed been done. It's a presumption of legality. I know that persons have come by my father's house when they had the small coconut trees and asked for permission to pick the coconuts. Get the coconuts, give me 3, carry on the rest, because I ain't get them in the tree. I have seen people driving around in open fields. You see, they have that coconut tree in the middle of Rabland, fine, no problem. The men go and climb it and they get the coconuts. I have also sat at somebody's house and watched somebody going over somebody else's fence to raid their coconut tree. My father has bemoaned the fact that somebody we know, a youngster who came up with me, who cannot seem to even address his mind as to doing things in the right way, raided and stole every single mango out of my father's mango tree, everyone, and I saw him selling the mangoes. But my father's a pacifist. My father does not want to get anybody locked up. My father does not want to, my father's a pacifist. And that slid. But it slid for my father, whose only intention for those mangoes was to eat them himself or get away. But what if I'm growing mangoes myself to sell? Then you rob me of a source of income. And so I'm trying to stay on the right side of this debate, right? Because I hear it from both sides, and I have my own opinions. I also know exactly how some people will try to extract a piece of what you say and make it look like something it was not. So allow me to be as clear, as pellucidly clear as I can be. I am for entrepreneurial activity, 100% in favor of it. I am for small business. I am for that man who decides rather than go and thief, I'm going to go and sell. I'm going to find a way legally to acquire and sell and turn a profit. And I will actually segue, sir. There's something a lot of people don't know about my relationship with the Honourable Member for St. Philip South. When I started working, sir, as a lawyer, I met this gentleman. At the time, he ran the Bajan posse. And he came to me and said, you know what? I used to go away on trips with him and the crew to watch cricket. That was back in the days, sir, when I had money and time. I used to go away and watch, and the days when cricket was worth following to watch. And the Honourable Member came to me and they said, look, Kensington needs a party stand. Everybody got a party stand. Kensington got one. And we worked out a proposal. We joined with 2 other persons. And we put on the very first party stand at Kensington. The very, very first party stand. We were sandwiched between the 3 Ws stand at the scoreboard in a piece of land that nobody didn't want, and we had to convert it into what it was that we did. We had to put up the stuff and take it back down. If there were 2 matches, you had to take it back down in between because that was the rule, and then put it back up. But the honourable member for St. Philip South, look at me, a one-dimensional young person who was just looking, trying to earn a salary, earn a living, and go on with my business, and said there is so much more you can do. Why limit yourself? Why not try to do other things? Look at ways to make money. Look at ways that you could get into business for yourself. That's what the honourable member for St. Philip South did for me, sir. And since then, as a lot of people know, I've been in a lot of different things other than law. Many, many activities. If you come to me, if you're a young person, you come to me now with an idea, I'm going to back you. And a number of the persons from Christchurch East know this. If you come with an idea that I believe can work, I'm going to back you because at one point in time, somebody else backed me. I'm going to take my share of the profits because it is business. But I will back you and get you started. I will give you advice and I will encourage you to do more. No, I have no difficulty with people who want to better themselves, but you cannot better yourself at my expense. You cannot take my hard-earned crops, rip them off, rip them out, and sell them, and you pocket all that cash. That is blood money. But it doesn't even stop there, sir. We talk about tagging. I mean, there are many ways to get around. I don't want to stand here and explain the ways to get around the legislation and get around all the tagging and get around the receipts, because anybody who's applying their mind to it, right, will figure a way to do it. Some of them are pretty obvious, and this is not to say that the legislation is deficient, because they did the best that they could with the circumstances, but crops being what they are, and agriculture being what it is a lot harder to tag and map and keep track of certain products. That's the reality. But we had to make a start somewhere. But even down to the tagging of animals. The tagging of animals only works, sir, if you could track that animal. But people in Barbados now go to farmers, enter their premises, and butcher the animals on the spot. On the spot. So all the tag in the air or the tag that's injected into the animal, ain't nothing, it's still there at the farmer's house or the farmer's property. But they butcher the animals on the spot. We keep seeing farmers saying, somebody came and stole my prize bull. Somebody came and stole this ram. Somebody came and stole this. Or that these were butchered, and we shut off our ears because nobody ain't get killed. Nobody ain't get hurt. And we don't take it seriously. We give it the name predial larceny and push it out there as that not so serious form of theft. It is theft, and inexcusable at that. Some of the farmers I was speaking to, sir, I asked them, what are you all doing? One farmer indicated to me that he hired a watchman. He had to hire a watchman. He said the fella ignorant. So I'm not going to call the farmer's name because it's reflecting his definition of the man. Not ignorant as in not educated. Ignorant as in he's a watchman. He will do whatever he has to do to watch your property and make sure it's not stolen. He pays that man $1,000 a week. $1,000 a week. Another farmer that I messaged while we were hearing this debate was going on, he indicated to me that he spends between $75,000 and $100,000 in security to ensure that nobody steals his crops, because overnight you could wipe out a field of potatoes or a field of sweet potatoes. Overnight. So that is what they have to do. So their input costs are driven up because of the nature of worthlessness and lawlessness that is going on by some people. And sir, and some of us are to blame. If we're talking straight to this, sir, we're talking straight today, because this is something that has to be brought to an end. If the Ministry of Agriculture is going all out to make Barbados the breadbasket and to be able to provide and be self-sufficient in food and crops in Barbados, if we're asking the farmers to put your fields back into crops, we can help you, then we have to be taking it all the way to ensure that ye who sows, reaps as well. This is serious. I am glad to see that the fines and the penalties have increased because it has to be taken seriously. And understand, you can hear a hue and cry, you know how you can lock up a man for 5 years for thieving a piece of cane, or how you could fine a man $100,000. We know, sir, that the fines and the imprisonment, the terms of imprisonment settled in legislation, always the maximum sentences. It gives the presiding officer a cap on what they can go to, but it's also a reference to show how seriously the lawmakers have taken that particular activity. I want to urge the judicial officers now. We are now taking it seriously from this place. The law at the end of today, and once it passes the Senate, sir, will have been passed. This is what the lawmakers intended. Let us now put it into action to protect the farmers and then secure our ability to eat in Barbados. Sir, this goes in line with dumping, but I don't want to segue into dumping. That'll be for another time. But we need to take the predial larceny seriously. The other thing I heard, sir, about the use of drones, I've seen in the press recently somebody commenting on the amount of cameras there are in Barbados, right? And the use of drones and it being invasive and whatnot. Once again, sir, I was at somebody's house and they put up a drone. They were demonstrating the use of drone technology to me. And they put up a drone, sir, over agricultural holding. And there were 3 hot spots in the middle of a field. Now, they were showing me that you could use thermal. Now, understand, this was not being done because we knew. It was simply a demonstration of drone technology to me. And in the first demonstration of drone technology to me, the first one, within 5 minutes, sir, we hot spotted 3 people in somebody's agricultural holding where they had no right to be. 3. I say use the technology. It exists for a reason. Our criminals have become sophisticated. Our larcenists have become sophisticated. They're moving not by foot with a bag. They're moving with trucks in the night to raid your entire field and teams of people to clean out a whole field in the night. We cannot be using 1950s policing or 1950s enforcement in what is 2022 criminal activity and 2022 criminal technology. There are big profits in crop theft. So we have to use whatever is available to catch the persons and use whatever is available that they feel the full weight of the law. So my argument is this. While I am not here, sir, debating the pros and cons of the cameras on the poles or whatnot, and there's a place for those because we as well know, sir, that the Barbados Police Service has recently been having a sterling record in catching and solving offenses. And a lot of that has to do, sir, with their ability to see persons or trace what has happened after the event. So if a crime occurs outside the Honourable Member for St. Christchurch West House, the police are going to go to his neighbors who may have security cameras and ask them for the footage. If there's a business down the road, they're going to ask the business for their footage if it shows somebody passing the street. And we have to use technology. It makes no sense to tie one hand behind our back when it's hundreds of thousands of dollars involved in this. It makes no sense, sir, to tie the Ministry of Agriculture's hand behind their back when the crop theft is in millions of dollars. When one farmer could lose $100,000 in a month, or in the case of a field of potatoes, $15,000 in a night. We have to take this seriously, and we need to go further. A lot of us need to examine our conscience and stop saying Kadir. When something is stolen from me, that's very personal to me. It hits me close to home. Sir, if something is stolen from you, you feel it. When somebody breaks into somebody's house, we say, oh my goodness, that a man's house is his castle. How could that happen to the poor person? That's what we say. Sir, so when we know that 5 pounds of beef costs, for want of a pulling the figure, $50, and somebody comes to sell us 5 pounds of something that should cost $50 for $10, we know they're making their profit because they have no input costs. We as well, we the consumers, need to also take a stand. We cannot expect to keep facilitating criminal enterprise by being the ultimate consumer of that criminal enterprise and expect the legitimate farmers and the Ministry of Agriculture to be able to keep doing their work, because there is a cost to what they do. If something is being sold at a price that is too good to be true, then it is too good to be true. So, sir, I actually did not intend to be on my feet this long, but I feel the pain of the Ministry of Agriculture. I started by commending them. I want to end by commending them. They have done an excellent job under the stewardship of this Minister of Agriculture, and I believe he has to be commended for his diligence, his driving his team, his inspiration, and him getting not just the ministry, but getting the buy-in of the farmers, a lot of whom were prepared to abandon agriculture, and he's gotten some to put their land back into cultivation, gotten some to put their lands back into sugarcane, and to clear the lands. When we drive around Barbados, sir, we are seeing a different Barbados. We are not seeing all of the bush that was our lot, no pun intended, back in the desolate years, sir. We are now seeing a Barbados that lands are delineated. We can see crops growing. We can see that we're trying to do something with the land. We can see the efforts being made by the Ministry of Agriculture and the farmers. We can see the efforts being made by the small farmers. Sir, let us now do what is necessary to protect our farmers. And let's go all out to protect them. And it's not just the big farmers. It's the small person who is growing their herbs in a wash pan in the back of their yard and come out the next morning and all the herbs and things gone, sir. So, I didn't mean herbs, I meant herbs. Herbs, sir. But we need to recognize the difference that agriculture is going to make to Barbados. We need to recognize the difference it's going to make to the lives of our young people, to what we eat, the way we eat, to our overall health, to the reduction of the NCDs. We need to recognize that this is not simply a bill on paper, but this is a change of a way of life, and this is saying that we as a government are doing what we have to do to protect and secure a future for our farmers, our smallholders, and the agricultural industry as a whole. So with that, sir, I fully support this bill, and I commend all of those involved, and I look forward to Barbadians doing what we have to do to make sure that we stamp out predatory larceny and protect our agricultural industry. With those words, sir, I'm obliged.
Honourable St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do suspend its proceedings until 2:30 today.
Question is that this honourable chairman be suspended until 2:30 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against it, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 2:30 p.m.
evening, that the importance of being able to protect, sir, the hard work of all persons who take the time, sir, to grow for themselves, that this piece of legislation, sir, is absolutely critical, because particularly in these very challenging times, it's important that we send a very, very, very clear signal, sir, to all and sundry, that as a society, as a government, sir, and to the extent our responsibility as citizens to each other, that we must always find ways, sir, to ensure that, one, we can enfranchise people, that when people work hard, sir, to support themselves and their families, that they have the full protection, sir, of the law with respect to being able to recover that which they have worked to produce. What I'm especially reminded, sir, as similarly still a young man, there's that famous song, sir, everybody wants to, nobody wants to plant the corn, sir, but everybody wants to raid the barn. And Anthony B., sir, sings that very lustily. And it is particularly relevant in this context because it would appear to some parts of the society, sir, that people would want to reap not what they sow, but what somebody else perhaps has sown, sir, and it is just simply wrong. And I say so, sir, in the context that over the course of the last 2 years, the pupils at Milton Lynch, sir, in my constituency, the boys, started just before the pandemic hit, sir, they started a small, they took a patch in the school, created a little garden, sir, and during a tour with of the school just a few weeks ago, the principal informed me, sir, that they had to purchase, sir, $2,200 worth of razor wire, sir, to erect on top of the fencing to try to prevent people, sir, from stealing the produce which the boys at Milton Lynch, under the supervision of their teachers, sir, over the last 2 years, worked so hard to be able to do. Now, I said to myself, who, sir, who in their right mind, seeing a very positive project which will teach young boys, sir, the importance of being able to do farming in a very small space, because I think it's important that we signal to all and sundry, sir, that we can do agriculture in small spaces, in large spaces. But I asked myself, who will steal, sir, the produce from young boys, young students in this country? And I still can't fathom that, sir. But the school had to spend $2,200, not in buying more seeds or to expand the garden, not in buying more fertilizer, sir, but $2,200 in order to try to prevent people from stealing the produce of the school. And that alarmed me, sir, which is why as I stand here in this debate, even though I didn't want to make it clear, that small project was not necessarily what you might call commercial quantities, but they were doing it, sir, not just to teach the youngsters good agricultural practices, but as a source, sir, of revenue for the school, to be able to help sell the produce to parents and those in the community, to help the school, sir, create a little bit of an income as an independent stream, sir, with respect to production for the school. And I know that a number of other efforts have been brought to bear across the country. And that is why, sir, that this bill is important, not just as a piece of legislation, but to emphasize to all in the country that if we are truly in this together, sir, we can't be stealing and thieving, sir, the produce that the little boys work so hard at the school to produce. Because imagine the disappointment, sir, that, and I use this example, sir, because I'm a man, sir, I like my cuckoo. And when my grandmother had the okra trees, sir, when the little yellow flower started to come out, you know that the okra's ready. And the truth is, sir, I've lost that little bit of a green thumb these days. But there are some people who, when they are traveling through the country, sir, will see the lush vegetation, and like myself, for the most part, sir, ignorant of the ripening stage of most agricultural products. But there are clearly some amongst us who, when they visualize and they look across the country, they know when and what time to come back, sir, in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night. And no, this is a serious matter, sir, because whilst for the unsuspecting eye, there are those among us who knows exactly when, sir, to strike. And that type of thought process, sir, that type of cynical approach is something that we need to root out in this country. What I would say, sir, is that we need to teach, yes, our children about, yes, the importance of the growing cycle, when things are ripe and when they are not, sir, when they are ready to be harvested or not. These are important skills because I support this bill not just in the context of the protection of agricultural products, but in helping to build out amongst the young people in this country a level of expertise, sir, a level of expertise that would see us being able to maximize the yields of the small kitchen garden that you may have, sir. If you got a little quarter acre, half acre, or an acre that you have some family land, sir, to put down, that you can do so, and that the Ministry of Agriculture and the agencies that support can come out and provide the extension service to that, in order to ensure that, sir, that we can, as a country, starting at the community level, start to ensure that we can achieve food and nutritional security, which is part of the mandate of the Ministry of Agriculture, so that we can understand truly, sir, what food security really means at the household level, what it means at the community level, as well as at the national level. And therefore, yes, sir, we must teach our children and everybody those fundamental tenets of agricultural practice. But not those tenets, sir, that will see people coming in the middle of the night to steal the produce, therefore leaving disappointment, sir, not just for the fact that it's gone, but people, sir, would have made an investment. And if we are going to create a cohesive society, sir, then we must have in place a regime that holds to account, sir, those persons who are stealing the agricultural produce, selling them on, sir. And I know that we've spent quite a bit of time trying to emphasize to persons that before you purchase anything from somebody, they must, in my view, sir, be known as a bona fide farmer, producer in the space, unless you're some legitimate intermediary, sir, with respect to being able to do so that we can be assured, sir, that the produce being put into the market is credible, and I use the term credible in the context of being able to validate, sir, that these tomatoes, sir, or these okras, or whatever came from my ground next to my house at X time. Which brings me to the point, sir, that as a country, we must not be afraid, sir, to indicate to whether it's the Ministry of Agriculture when we are planting certain things. Because at the end of the day, if the government is to put an effective framework in place to respond to these critical matters, then you can't, you know that old saying, sir, you can't hide and buy land, and obviously, you can hide and buy land, sir.
You can't hide and work it.
But you can't hide and work it. But, well, even though hiding, anyhow, the reality is there's too much secrecy, sir, amongst our communities, and making that information available is going to be important for helping us to reinforce or to enforce any legislation that we pass. And therefore, if I have a quarter acre, sir, in okras, then I must be able to share that information with the appropriate authorities, knowing that I planted it, sir, X time ago, and it will come into the reaping season. And if we're able to do so, sir, then collectively working together, I believe that farmers banding together, sir, that if I got my ground here and you got your ground over there, sir, that we can work together to make sure that we, at the appropriate time for reaping, that we can, because we have a vested interest in getting our products to the market in a viable way, that we work collaboratively in order to make sure that we can see the yields that we want to see, and that we can recoup that investment in a way that makes sense. But it's only going to work, sir, if we work collaboratively together. And I say to those persons who, if you want to steal from that ground now, sir, you got to go over the barbed wire fence. But a primary school, sir, should not have to spend $2,200 buying barbed wire to protect the produce for young boys who we want to support getting into agriculture and to understand the habits of it, sir. And therefore, we must work together to stamp out this very, very vexing issue of food security. What I want to also indicate, sir, is that this piece of legislation is going to be, in my mind, critical for allowing us to be able to build a platform, sir, with respect to not just achieving food security, but equally being able to ramp up production to such a level that we are capable, sir, of ensuring that we can meet any export targets and contracts that we may have. And therefore, this stealing that is taking place is really a hurdle, a disincentive to us being able to achieve food security in the first instance, but equally being able to build a platform with respect to export of agriculture products in a very meaningful way. And if we are going to address issues in relation to whether it is cost of living, food security, and the like, sir, then we need to make sure that we work together, community by community, in order to be able to support this so that we can assure that any person making the sacrifice of being able to put their energies into agriculture pursuits, that we can ensure that there's a system that would allow for not just the tracking and the tracing of agriculture products, but being able to hold people to account. I want to move quickly, sir, to a few observations which I want to share with the chamber, and permit me, sir, to be able to speak on this very quickly. As we continue to face issues relating to global food prices and fuel and the like, sir, and I know that in Barbados, as I told you, sir, I started out with a piece of land with my grandmother in Grisette, sir, and we were working it. We have moved now to a stage where, and as I told you, sir, I used to take out the sheep in the morning, and that was before they had these issues of covenants and these types of things coming in to place now, sir, where you got a piece of land, and the covenant said that you can't do this, and you can't do the next, and you can't do the third. And I want to say, sir, that I believe it is time that we move to a different level in this country. I've seen technology introduced, sir, where it is entirely possible, and I know I've seen the Ministry of Agriculture, or at least agricultural companies in this country, put out what I would describe, sir, as pens for rabbits, pens for chickens that are linked, in a sense, sir, to your water system, so that the smells and those types of things are no longer of the nature of what we perhaps would have done 30 or 40 years ago, sir. Such that in a residential community, a person could rear a few chickens, you could rear some rabbits, sir, without running afoul of these covenants, because in these times, sir, I believe it is important that we use the technology that's available to us in order to ensure that the average person, whether you're in a terrace or heights or whatever it is, sir, that you're able to effectively feed yourself, if you want to address the issues in relation to help address the issues in relation to cost of living, and to get back, as you say, sir, to the days when you planted a few things in your backyard, allowing us to be able to feed ourselves, it certainly would help improve with respect to implementation issues in relation to food security. And I would love to dearly see that the Ministry of Agriculture, sir, takes a very clear and aggressive look in this particular area, because I believe it is important that we are able to utilize these technologies, allowing households across the length and breadth of the country to be able to feed themselves. I know, sir, that with all of the development taking place, and I've always been intrigued, sir, when people will go and purchase land, sir, next to a pig farm or something, and then complain that somebody's keeping pigs in the area. It don't make sense. It don't make sense. Except to say, sir, that I was doing some work, sir, a few years ago, and I had occasion to visit a pig farm somewhere in Antigua, sir. I don't remember exactly where. But the entire ecosystem of the pig farm, sir, you could not tell that this was a pig farm. Everything was fully integrated. The rainwater harvesting, the biodigester, everything, sir, was integrated in such a way that you had development taking place around it, but you would not know that there was a pig farm. And I'm saying to agriculture practitioners, I'm saying to the country, sir, that how we develop agricultural practices going forward, we have to modernize and get with the program, sir. Because Barbados has a limited land space. We still have to grow stuff. We still got to, and sir, I know that you're not necessarily familiar with the pig as I am, but there are still some amongst us who, for whatever reason, eat meat. We are also pursuing other aspects with respect to agriculture and the like across the country. And therefore, as we do these interventions, sir, I believe that we have to look at different ways for how we support pig farming, poultry farming, and these types of things, sir, whilst protecting them from being stolen. I know we always hear in the middle of the night, and the truth is, sir, you and I both know that when we hear reports of cows and sheep being mutilated in the middle of the night, sir, and I use the term deliberately because you're not just mutilating by teething it, but there are not many people, sir, that can carve up a cow or sheep in the middle of the night. That is a skill, sir, that is extraordinary. And therefore, we must find ways of working together, sir, in a cohesive manner that allows communities to be able to feed themselves, allow the persons who are doing, whether it is the animal husbandry, the actual food crop production, to be able to protect their investment. And therefore, my support of this bill, sir, it goes beyond just what is here, but I believe that we have to find a way now, sir, to ensure that for our existing farmers, that we can allow them to upgrade their operations to meet the latest sanitary and phytosanitary standards, to allow for more investment to come into the space, more employment in the space. And sir, I can tell you, just from that little project at Milton Lynch, there are a lot of youngsters now who are getting a keen interest in the area of agriculture. But you can't maintain that interest if adults, sir, going in when the night come and thieving the little boys' produce is simply wrong. And therefore, as a society, we've got to look at ourselves and ask ourselves, who would steal from a child, sir? Really, who would steal from a child? And if you can steal from a child, it means that you can thief from anybody, sir. And therefore, we must act responsibly. Whether you're any business owner, I believe, should have a moral obligation, sir, plus legal obligation, to be able to ask anybody who's coming to them, sir, to sell them something, where they get it from. Are you a farmer? Are you a registered farmer? Where did you get this thing from? Because if we want to build a proper agriculture industry, sir, if we want to ensure that people can feed themselves and we get the right level of nutritional security within our system, that we must do this, yes. But I believe that by the same token, that as we navigate what certainly will become, what appears to be uncertain times ahead, that we must find innovative ways now, sir, of being able to go into communities, put in the right responses with respect to technologies, whether that it is the rabbit pens or the chicken pens, sir, that are properly structured in a way that allows people to do some very small scale rearing of these animals in a clean way, no smell as is the case. Then I believe, sir, that we will be doing right, not just by our constituents, but I think by the country as a whole, by it being able to help us to be able to mitigate against the rising costs of food and be able to respond in a way, sir, that makes absolute sense. And therefore, we must all work together, sir. I know the Minister of Agriculture and those have been working very hard to ramp up production all across this country. We can see the investment going in there, sir. And the last thing I would want to happen is that people getting their hopes up. People want, even up to this morning, someone from my constituency messaged me about some lands that they want to get from BADMC, and therefore people want to get into commercial agriculture. And therefore, when you get people into this process and they put in the investment, they may go to the trust loan program or some other program to get some resources, sir. We want that when they go through the, whether it's 6-week crops, 12-week crops, animal husbandry, sir, that those persons can get a return on that investment so that they can hire 2 or 3 people, sir, from in the very constituency or community area, sir, that they're in, to help support themselves and their families. And therefore, we see this as a critical response, because there's nothing that will deter somebody, sir, than 5.5 weeks from now after I plant my carrot, sir, and when I come up there, sir, everything gone. And therefore, we must work together as a country to ensure that we have the right systems and the right checks in place to be able to protect people. Now, the Minister of Agriculture introduced this bill superbly this morning, and I know that with the kind of attention to detail that the ministry is bringing to bear with respect to these facets, I know, sir, that we can get out of the situation that we're in by being able to enfranchise people right across the length and breadth of this country. The work that we're doing, sir, strategically with Guyana and Suriname to respond to the challenge that the Prime Minister put to the region to reduce our agriculture imports by 25% by 2025. I know that we can do it. But we can only really do it, sir, and bring people along if people stop thieving when the night comes, sir, with respect to agricultural products. And that's the harsh reality, sir. That's the harsh reality, because this type of response that the government has put in to agriculture in a very meaningful way, wanting not just to bring opportunity to people, but by being able to build on that platform where we can achieve food security. The next level, sir, is in relation to sanitary and phytosanitary legislation to be able to help ensure that we can export, whether it is crops or meat, any meats, fish, if you like, sir, outside of Barbados, that we can meet those standards, have them traced right through to the farm, and to know, sir, how much fertilizer you put in the ground, how much antibiotics you might have given to the animals. These are the kinds of things, sir, in terms of information sharing that I refer to, that as a community, we must be able to come and say that I grew these things, I reared these animals in this way, that allows the brand of Barbados to be capable of exporting globally, so that everybody can benefit, sir, within the context of this thing. And here's the thing, sir. As I told you, I think I lost my little green thumb. So if somebody, sir, knows when the carrot's ripe, well, just come and tell me, Ryan, the carrot's ripe. And if you let them stay in the ground too long, then obviously the yield is not going to be as good because you left them in too long. And this is the kind of information, sir, that I believe that those persons who are out there in the middle of the night, sir, can share with people who are interested in getting in the space, sir. And I say this in all sincerity, sir, because obviously these people have knowledge that you or I, sir, don't. And if I wanted legal advice, sir, but I would come to you. You're a lawyer. And all I'm saying, sir, is that we have to find a way to harness collectively the skills of the agriculturalists in this country to be able to provide advisory services, if you like, sir, to people who want to get into these spaces in a way that allows them to be able to make the investment and to do that, sir. Because at the end of the day, sir, we want more investment to come into the space. We want people to be confident that if I plant a quarter acre of tomatoes, sir, that I can get a quarter acre's yield of tomatoes, sir, in 6 weeks, 12 weeks, whatever the period is, sir. And that if I have to pay somebody, sir, to make sure that that happens, then you do that. And therefore you create, sir, a business climate. Because this is not just about feeding ourselves, but we can also create a business climate, sir, that would allow for a reasonable return of investment to take place. But the only way, sir, that could happen is that, one, we don't deter the youngsters when they're at primary school, sir, from getting involved in this thing. Because if the only experience was that when it came time to reap, sir, there was nothing there, then they will not be interested in that going forward. And we need our young people, sir, to reconnect in a real sense to agriculture production in this country. And this government, sir, intends to support programs that will facilitate that, whilst at the same time putting the other structures in place, not just to achieve food security, not just to achieve, sir, nutritional security, but to put the Barbados economy on a sustainable path whereby the export potential, the agro-processing potential, to reduce the imports that people keep talking about, sir, in the country. The only way that happens is if people work collaboratively and cooperatively with the Ministry of Agriculture, the farming community, all of the producers and the people making these critical investments that allows them to know that in 6 weeks, sir, 12 weeks, 3 months, whatever the time frame is, that they will be able, sir, to reap what they sow. And I fully support this bill, sir, absolutely. And I can only say to the Minister of Agriculture, continue to do the wonderful work that he is doing, because I believe that this will be one of the critical interventions, sir, that working together, community by community by community, would allow us to build confidence within this particular space and to turn what has been a very bad habit, a nasty habit, sir, that has developed over time. I believe that we can turn this into a positive for the country by being able to work collaboratively with the Ministry of Agriculture, providing the information that is required to be provided to help build a robust system that would allow not just government to go out and negotiate the business, the contracts and the business interests that we want to help develop in the country, but it would mean that ordinary Barbadians, sir, whether you're in Kingston, sir, or Waterhall land, that if you want to get a quarter acre, whether in Lears or River or wherever in your backyard, sir, and you can reach a reasonable commercial scale, that you can realize that investment, meet the standards that are intended to be met, and that you can support your family, sir, that you become part of a farming and business community that is cohesive, that allows us, sir, to be able to achieve the food and agricultural security that we know that we need to meet. And so, sir, with those few words, I am obliged to you. Thank you.
Honourable City Bridgetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I stand at this time to lend my support to this Protection of Agriculture Produce 2022 bill. In reading this bill, sir, in going through the brief, sir, one thing came to mind as I read line after line after line. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that was the voice of the farmer. I was hearing the voice of the farmer coming through. As the Minister of Agriculture said this morning, one of the things that disturbed him about the past bills were the fact that not only did they sought to humbug the farmer, but they did not seek consultation with the farmer. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I go through this bill, this 2022 bill, I am happy to report that I can see evidence of the fact that many farmers will be sleeping better tonight because of the Minister of Agriculture. And I think he should be happy and proud for that. So I want to compliment the Minister and the Ministry for seeking to do the right thing by the farmers, and that is to ensure that they hear and take the contributions of these hardworking Barbadians into consideration as we draft bills for them, as we remain a government of the people, for the people. Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the other things I observe in listening to the Honourable Minister is the fact that what this chamber and Barbados has to recognize is that this is a process. This is a journey. All the things required will not come in this one bill. The fact that technology will change, the fact that criminals seem to continue to add to their sophistication of operations, that changes, and therefore the legislation must be proactive to ensure that we stay ahead of the times. Now, as I stand, I want to make it clear, and again, I want to say a thank you to the Minister of Agriculture. A lot of people may not know that we are in constant communication because I have a passion for agriculture, and he gives me a listening ear. He sees me as an ally in agriculture and not the shadow minister of agriculture. Therefore, I can stand here, and not only because I give this my full support, being on this side, Mr. Speaker, sir, but truly because it has in the elements that I can be proud of and elements that I do truly and genuinely support. Sometimes when debating legislation, sometimes when in discussion with Barbadians, you're trying to explain the policies, it is easy to be misunderstood. And that is why, as I stand here, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try to be as clear as possible. I know I always tell myself I'm the second most misunderstood person in Barbados. You know, and being number 30 of 30, that can happen, Mr. Speaker. So that is why when I speak on these matters, I like to be as clear as possible. Now, why do I have the passion to speak on agriculture coming from the urban corridors known as the city of Bridgetown? And there are two main reasons for that, sir. One is that some 30 years ago, like members in here, I was dragged into farming as I had to be part of my grandmother's garden at the tender age of 9 years old to ensure I can buy school clothes to get to school. I had to plant my own lettuce and go around and sell it. At that time, yes, to buy clothes and buy shoes, put it in a bag and wet it, and make sure you got it warm, and it looked very presentable, Mr. Speaker, sir. I had those days, probably large part of the generation with that. So I know what it is to be a part of the farm, to get your hands dirty, to enjoy being in the soil after not enjoying it so much, having the shame of riding about on your bicycle, selling letters, and having your friends make a lot of sport out you because you're young and you don't know better. But when you recognize that you can take that money and go into town with your mother and pick out what you want, let them laugh. Because they had on dog muscles, I had on the shoes that I wanted to wear, sir. So the shame was out through the door. So I understand what it is to be part of a farming family. I am the proud nephew of Aunt May's, of the Aunt May's seasoning. I can tell you, sir, about growing chive and picking onions and going to school and people wondering, where is that smell coming from? And quickly putting my hands in my pocket and saying, I wonder where it's coming from too. I had those days, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I know what it is to labor in the vineyard and a quarter acre of land in Freehill, Black Rock, sir, from the tender age of 9. And have members of the community, as the Honourable Member, the Minister in the Ministry of Finance was just saying, to have people to time your produce better than you. I remember having our culinary herbs, sir, reaped on many occasions before we can reap them to make that tasty bottle of seasoning. I can also remember sleeping in the mango tree with the Lane family, waiting to catch the culprit. We did not have drones at that time, but we slept with the black ants, sir. We were the drones. And I can remember the night that the gentleman was caught. And I can remember what happened to him between then and the time that the police came. But I will leave out that part, Mr. Speaker, sir. I will not talk about the hot lashes he got, Mr. Speaker, sir. But I want to make it abundantly clear, in all seriousness, that I give this bill my unreserved support, my 100% support, sir. And it is for the reason I want to make contact with the legislation and make contact with the bill, sir, so that Barbadians listening could understand the importance of this legislation. This legislation is not here for grandstanding. This legislation is not here to tick a box to say that we are trying to answer the quarrels of farmers out there. This legislation is touching to the very issues raised by farmers decade after decade after decade. Now, there is a popular music video made in my constituency by a popular artist, Chief Ding, and Weather 40, not their real name, so I call him Mr. Speaker, with your permission. And they have a saying, I tell them already and I tell them again. Now, when they use that, people may take the damn wrong. So I can change his lyrics with his permission. So I tell you already, and I will tell you again, that this is something that I was saying to Barbadians, that many people wanted to be part of agriculture for a very long time. I remember as a teenager in the 90s, late 90s, going to the Ministry of Youth Affairs, to the Division of Youth Affairs, and saying to them, one of the ways that we can engage bored and unattached young people was by the way of agriculture. I was turned away many times, Mr. Speaker, saying that young people are not interested in agriculture. Young people don't want to get their hands dirty. Young people see agriculture as slavery. They don't want to be involved. And they were saying that to a young person who had a lot of young peers who wanted to be involved in agriculture. So I just couldn't understand the sentiment, and I have lived to the point where all Barbadians can look and see the evidence that agriculture has now been made so sexy in this country. I remember in this same very chamber, Mr. Speaker, sir, when a minister was appointed to the Ministry of Agriculture, and it was seen as such a demotion, a position of nothingness. And now the Honourable Minister, the member for St. Philip South, brought such sexiness to the ministry. It is like a young lady in a bikini on Browns Beach, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is extremely sexy that all members feel the passion to stand today, sir, and have a word. So much so that it was the member for Christchurch East made a penetrating point about fingering, pointing out persons in relation to, sir.
I'm glad for the qualification.
Yes, sir. I must qualify, sir.
Very glad for the qualification.
Penetrating point, sir. That's where he left off. It will continue. But the reality is that in this Protection of Agricultural Produce Bill 2022, as I said before, being introduced to gardening some 30 years ago and owning my own farm for 24 unbroken years, just last month, I have a very serious passion and love for agriculture. I can see what it can do in relation to employment, business, food nutrition, and that is being able to feed yourself the nutritious things that we need, addressing the taste, because a lot of our taste, particularly of our younger generation, is based on television and Hollywood, where certain brands are sold to you from cartoons to action movies. And sometimes your own local dishes are really placed on the back burner. Sometimes you can only get those tasty dishes when you go by certain friends in the north, when they would answer or they would give you that invitation. Other than that, you cannot get these tasty local dishes because pie and chicken is my favorite dish, and the various songs as they go ish, 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 Mr. Speaker, that is what the young people are being exposed to. So we have to address the concept of taste, concept of acquired taste. But the value of agriculture, sir, and one of the reasons that I carry such a passion for it is because the whole idea too of food sovereignty and food safety. And when I talk about food safety, like the minister, I think about, do we know the chemicals being placed in produce that we import? I am not saying not to import, but what I am saying is that when you plant locally, you can have a greater sense of security knowing what is in what you are eating. And we have a practice in this world that you will see bigger countries with bigger farms have on some of the produce for export only. And sometimes you have to ask the question, why is it for export only? And Mr. Speaker, that too, I leave there for you to ponder. But when I think about agriculture too, I think about the benefits that it has for the environment. So as I go through and you hear about the empowerment, the employment, the business, the nutrition, the safety, the sovereignty, it's really a no-brainer that we see that we have an agricultural government, a government that supports agriculture, a government that does not look down on agriculture, but does all in its power to ensure that we improve the livelihoods of those in the forefront of agriculture, our farmers. Mr. Speaker, sir, I finish on the value of agriculture on the point of empowerment and enfranchisement. And really on behalf of the citizens, the residents of the city of Bridgetown, I want to thank the Honourable Member, the Honourable Agriculture Minister, his ministry and his team, the Cabinet and the Government of Barbados on behalf of my constituents. Why, Mr. Speaker, sir? With Project CARE, with the feed program and all, they have been, and I see the member shaking his head before because he knows that many a name I sent to him from the city of Bridgetown, persons who want to be involved in agriculture. And swiftly his ministry have been able to swoop them up and facilitate them in this very empowering activity. Some of these young people who feel hopeless, disenfranchised, feel left out by the society can now ply a trade and be able to plant something beyond the vegetable matter that they would have been planting before. They're now being able to plant in a very legal and productive and profitable way, Mr. Speaker, sir. So on their behalf, I thank you, Honourable Member. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the Honourable Member, as the member for Christchurch East said, and it will continue in the vein. He may not be able to pat himself on the back, but I will put the pats there for him. I have seen the energy of the Honourable Member, the interest, the passion, the aggression, the work, for almost a decade as a social commentator, Mr. Speaker, commenting on another place. I had a serious difficulty with how Barbados treated to agriculture, and I said we needed a member, a minister, somebody who would roll up their sleeves and get agriculture growing in Barbados, get the machines going, get the land plowed, get the land planted. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we have that in the Honourable Members for St. Philip South now. And I am proud to stand here and be able to report that to this country. Not idle words, sincere words, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the interest that I have seen from my constituency even surprised me, although I know back for over 20 years ago, I've seen the interest in young people, and I am glad that we are in a position now to facilitate them and now to protect them in this bill before our consideration today. Now, to make direct contact with the bill and in going through the brief, I will make it a document of the House if I have to, Mr. Speaker, sir. But in the state of predial larceny in member states, FAO Brief 3, 2013, highlighted to us, sir, that 98% of farmers participating in the survey have reported at some time that they would have suffered loss by way of predial larceny, aka thieving people crops. 98% of farmers report that they would have lost crops at some time. over the period of time, they would have reported 18% of their crop losses at any given time. That's about 20%, 1/5. Now, when you think about what you have to input, when you think about the work, when you think about sometimes the scrawny markups that you may be able to put on in hard times, and somebody is going to come to you and steal 1/5 of your labor, it is something that we have to take serious. Now, listening to commentary on agriculture and predial larceny for many years, it was said that government after government, law enforcement after law enforcement, did not take the idea of crop theft serious. I remember being in a police station on the countryside, and an old gentleman running in that police station while I was in there, sir, crying, the tears running down his face, saying to the officers, come, 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 they're killing my cow all right now. My $3,000 cow, come, come, come. Mr. Speaker, sir, the police did not move in time. I witnessed that myself, sir. I witnessed on many occasions a different cow. This is C.O. Williams now, losing herds of sheep and going in the paper and crying too, almost with snot coming out the nose, sir, and complaining about how these people who perpetrate these crimes on these hard-working Barbadians will be just given a slap on the wrist. But when you look in this bill, sir, and you see the increase of penalties, that is why I say a lot of farmers should be sleeping a lot better tonight once they follow this debate. Once they follow what we are saying, after they follow what we are doing, they should take ease knowing that the days of the slap on the wrist are over, sir. Mr. Speaker, as I make contact with the bill, one would recognize, if they are familiar with the two previous bills, the Thief Act in 1994 and the Protection of Agricultural Produce and Livestock Act in 2017, they would realize that those two bills were merged together. The consultation of farmers were added in, and great thought went into the creation of the bill we are talking about today, which is the Protection of Agricultural Products Bill 2022. A drastic improvement on those two pieces of legislation. The funny thing about the Livestock Act, as my colleague from St. Michael North pointed out, is that that act did not include the protection of livestock. Livestock wasn't even in the Livestock Act, sir. So I think it was really a no-brainer to make the correction. I see them adding the sugar cane as part. It wasn't part of the previous bill, sir. When I look at the fact that culinary herbs, that as I said, that sent me to school, they were not included in the act, and that has been corrected. Poultry. Now tell me, how are you going to protect farmers and not protect poultry? Mr. Speaker, sir, I really like to emphasize my seriousness and support for a bill like this. And I cry shame of what came before. And that is why when we fail to speak to stakeholders in industries and feel that we have all the knowledge, and we run here and try to make legislation without speaking, this is what happens. And that is why I'm glad this administration is very consultative. They go and they speak to the relevant stakeholders to ensure that you can plug all these gaping holes. More holes than a strainer, sir. They have been plugged here today. Mr. Speaker, don't have time to be long, so I want to go to the meat of the matter for me, and that is where the fines are concerned. And that is when you could see that falsifying documents in the previous bill, there was no mention of it whatsoever. And there was a heavy reliance on the provision of records, receipts, etc., but there was no provision for consequence for falsifying those said records. This bill introduces that, sir. This bill speaks to, apart from it being left out in the 2017 bill, $10,000, 5 years in prison, or both. So don't try to falsify no documents because you're putting yourself in problems. Crime will not pay. The only person that will pay, sir, persons like yourself, lawyers, sir. Outside of that, crime does not pay. And I want the crop thieves to hear me and hear me loud. I tell you already and I will tell you again, keep from round the people crops. This is the Keep from Round People Crops Bill 2022, if I can rename it, sir. That is what it named. So I want the pretty larcenists to hear me and hear me loud. I want to move to the next one, sir. Fail to comply or obstruct police. There's a growing trend in Barbados as we watch social media for people to obstruct the police in their duties. And I try to advise people to do the right thing the right way. Sometimes you may be thinking you're doing the right thing and you do it the wrong way. You end up in more problems than if you was doing the wrong thing. So there is consequences being added on for that. It was $5,000, 3 years in prison or both. It double it up, man. $10,000 or 5 years in prison or both. Because what this is saying to you is that the Minister of Agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Cabinet of Barbados, and the government of Barbados, they are not playing. They are very serious about the protection of people's agricultural products. And the last one is convicting of stealing. And I want us to get this one clear, and I want us to get this one right. Before it was $10,000 or 5 years or both. No, $100,000, 5 years or both. Not playing. Serious business. Serious business. I watch in this country as a farmer. People go in to a supermarket, pick up a slab of lamb, a tot of jam, a leg of ham, and get lost where? In prison. Get time. For $11.47 worth of produce. $11. Lost where? But you go and kill somebody, $3,000 cow, and get a slap on your wrist and say you don't do it again. Utter rubbish, and it comes to ain't here and no. It done. Do not touch the people's produce. Hear us loud and clear. So farmers can go out there and farm without fear, knowing that consequences will be there. Mr. Speaker, sir, I know many a farmer that farm in this country, and when the dogs come and eat up the thing, the monkeys attack them, the flood get them, and they say, okay, these are natural things, you know? But then the 2-foot monkey comes, sir, and wipe out the ground. And you know what they do? Pull up everything and say, down with that. Don't tell me that they're farming, they're done farming. So food security is then threatened. But what the minister and the ministry is saying, sir, is that that is over. We are taking this serious. And not by word, not by debate, but by legislation, sir. By legislation in this house today. That says to the culprits, so far and no further. When I look at the other things besides the deterrent of heavy fines and penalties, I see that we are looking at increasing on-farm surveillance, neighborhood watches, public education, and the drones. I want the thieves to know that because of technology, when you look in the sky and you see a light, it is not a plane, it is not a star, it is not a satellite, it is the drone of the Barbados Police Service. That is what it is. Anytime you look up in the sky, you see something flashing, it is a drone, you are on camera, smile and show your best side. Because you're going before the law courts and consequences are coming. Sir, what I am saying is that the ministry has here the ability to deploy drones to watch crops overnight. That is what I am saying to the criminals out there. The drones are watching to make sure that people's produce are being protected. So you can think once, think twice, or go and plant your own things. The Ministry of Agriculture is facilitating people with land. Before, it wasn't so easy. Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand on my feet to share my experience and my experiences. I remember going before the ministry and year after year after year trying to get land for the landless. I was landless, but it wasn't giving me any land. And the farm said, about 6 weeks to be back to you and this thing years ago. When the ministry was known for its inertia. The ministry was known for not doing much. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I remember through the intervention of a former prime minister, a former minister of agriculture, the field for me. And I got sunlight. It took me about 2 years. I don't remember going into the ministry so excited with my paperwork. And the woman, you know, she mouth in the air, sir. You feel special. You feel special. This thing's a March 6 weeks. It took me 2 years. She told me, no, it used to take 9 to 12 years. So you feel special because you get in 2. But we done all of that now, Mr. Speaker, sir. In 6 months, we have documents being processed that people could go and farm. That is why people don't have any excuse now to go and pick up people's produce in the late of night. And that is why I say I commended the minister earlier, not just for talk. The whole idea of chipping, tagging, nanoparticles, putting barcodes on the breadfruit, putting barcodes on the potatoes. We going the full way, sir. Whatever we have to do to protect this industry, sir, we would, because this industry is not just about farming. It goes way beyond that. It is about empowerment, enfranchisement, business, employment, food nutrition, food security, food sovereignty. When the ships and the planes stop coming, sir, we must be able to feed ourselves. And that is why the protection of produce is so very, very important, that we cannot and will not, and we're demonstrating that we are not playing with the produce of farmers in this country anymore. Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the things that I would like to see now as I get to my suggestion stage of the debate is that we start to turn the narrative about agriculture. A lot of times when you hear about agriculture in the media, it is the dogs killing somebody's sheep. There is some glut somewhere. There is some fallout somewhere. But I want to hear about that guy in Cleverdale that I know that built a 2-story house off of tomatoes. I want to hear about him, and I want young people to hear about him. I want to hear about the lady I know who built multiple 2-story houses across this country through agro-processing of the same culinary herbs. I want to hear those success stories. Because if we continue to only talk about those who have failed and the failures, we will not be encouraging persons to get involved in the industry. So I want these stories to be told, and not just the stories of the devastation of the monkeys and the pretty larceny and all of these things. That's number one, sir. Number two, for years we've heard about the request for Barbadian condiments and the inability to fill the containers to export. Because that's one of the things one of the big ones I miss in my list of benefits to agriculture. The ability to export and earn foreign exchange, and the ability to cut down imports and save foreign exchange. Two big ones that I want to add to my list. But I want to see us moving towards the agro-processing that gives us that ability to export more and to import less. That is what I am talking about. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to see an idea not original to myself, drive-through vending, where we thinking about what to do with vendors on the highway. And I remember this guy sent a proposal to me. So he sent it to Sam Pooch and the Dapi years ago in the past administration. I think I could dust it off and bring it to the honorable member. Where you can have drive-through, drive-bys. People can drive through in a sophisticated way and purchase produce. Because one thing a vendor would tell you that he or she needs is traffic. And that is where you will find people endangering themselves and motorists on the highway trying to sell among cars. But if we can plan in such a way and execute that people can drive up in a properly organized and safe way, I think that that is a good recommendation, sir. I would like to see the Scotland District take the pride of place of the breadbasket of Barbados, 1/7 of Barbados with fertile soil. I would like to see us keep continuing moving forward where that can be fully planted. And I would like to see more cooperatives as our people cooperate in their pursuits of agriculture to seek empowerment and enfranchisement of themselves of their families, of their communities, and of this Republic of Barbados. In closing, sir, I want to make sure that nothing is left unclear, and that I would like this House to acknowledge that I and the people of the city of Bridgetown too support this Protection of Agricultural Products Bill 2022. Sir, I am obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
The drive-through markets are part of the legislation, last vendors legislation, and it is also in the regulations that Minister Simmons, which was brought to Parliament, which was initiated by Minister, my good friend Dwight Sullivan from St. George. I don't know. I know. Member of Parliament. Well, Eddie, you know, you don't get used to these things. The speaker got to keep me in order. If I call a man named him, I tell him already this colonial thing that one thing, you know, working with him. Sir, with all respect to you, first of all, no, it make you feel like you're a real parliamentarian and know these things good. Sir, but sir, what I want to say, I compliment and fully support the Minister of Agriculture for his efforts, but I obviously have some concerns. But you know, I am not a strong advocate of any Hamitic theory that black men curse and black men like the thief. Black men like the thief produce. I am a practice. I like the practice of reality. So I know the culture of this agricultural sector, and I know how this agricultural sector, who monopolized the ownership of the lands up to 1838 or so, when the first non-white person owned a plantation in this country. So I have a different understanding. I know the stigmatization of vendors and how people felt about vendors and police officers going into Swan Street in the markets and questioning vendors on where you got those vegetables from. And most of the time when the vendors get a good lawyer, the police could not prove any case in the law courts. I know the background with ordinary black boys unemployed, which the system did not find any work for them. I know of cases where people allow vendors to pick breadfruits, pick akis, and go into town. They had no receipts, obviously. I never heard about that then, about having receipts for selling akis. And they go into town, and when they make the money, they carry back the money to the old lady in the village and give her part of what they've sold. So that's why he said that I like the practice, I apply the practice of our reality, sir. So prior to the 1830s, we were not allowed to sell a potato, especially if we did not have permission from the planter class in this country. We had, especially Barbados, more so than in the other Caribbean, there was no peasant class. We had no peasant class. And many men used to be hungry, so this practice of consuming produce that were not ours really has its roots all back in the 17th century. So when you hear about petty larceny and all this sophisticated language being used overnight, it was hungry black men, no food. You have to wait on your food for the plantation. And they had to eat. So I was telling my colleagues today, while while I was at lunch, and as I said before, I hope that I have not gorged myself in into any form of stupidity. But I was telling them, as a young man, even when I had things at home, I would venture into somebody's cornfield, something with 10 and 12 people, and clean the entire cornfield. And sometimes you go back home, and you also take up, at that time it wasn't any stealing either, you take up a pigtail, and somebody goes in somebody's breadfruit tree. And you cut the breadfruit in the center, you put the pigtail in the center. I cleaned a whole cornfield one time, belonged to a gentleman with me named Mr. Mallet, and I confess. And when Mr. Mallet went to my aunt, my aunt said, "You mean he? Come in my house, let me show you. We got all kinds of things here."
But you take it up nonetheless.
But I had the corn.
$100,000, sir.
I had the corn. I certainly at that time, certainly I could not escape because of the size of the crops which we didn't steal anything. As far as we were concerned, that was just a normal way of living. I would have faced the police if on those circumstances, and I would say, how much kilograms you got there? Far past any about the kilograms you got inside this legislation, we would have done qualify as being involved in commerce in these circumstances, sir. I believe that while focusing on this legislation, I believe that the minister has done the best that he can do. I am not one of those persons that strongly believe that because you put stiff penalties in place, you would see any fundamental changes. Because as long as poverty exists in a society, especially at this critical point in our economy, when I can't find anything to eat, when a man can't find anything to eat, the easiest place to go is in the ground. You gotta open the doors, you gotta go through the window, you don't gotta go through the roof. And the fella wants something to eat. I don't even know if I should be engaging in seeing this man as being involved in criminal activity. This is a case of survival. This is a case of survival. And we find ourselves in a situation where we have to find a balance that would not cause us to be responsible for the criminalization of more and more black men, so that the prisons that were used to be at 1,000 inmates at a time will move up to 1,500 as a result of any form of legislation we put in place. I am not even sure, sir, that putting codes, you call them codes, on potatoes and yams. I don't even, when a man goes in the ground at that point in time, they got a codes. The way he reaps these things, sell them. If you catch a man with these things, I mean, I don't believe I've given anybody any new education. When you catch a man with these things that don't have on the code, there's no way you can bring a charge against the man because you have something to identify that
Honourable is an attorney now? You're an attorney? You're speaking to the law? Evidence?
Sir, pseudo, or partially, but at least I am sensitive enough as a qualified paralegal to have some little idea of what constitutes a crime. And you can arrest the man if you so desire, sir, but I know that you understand this element of the law very well. And as I speak, sir, you remember that once I found myself in the law courts for the criminal charge, not for stealing potatoes or breaking anybody's house. But you were there. And you were there because I felt that you were one of the best. I ought to be there because I felt that I would have been in the prison and all like that. But sir, it is always good. It is always good, especially in modern times, for us to try to see if we can repeal acts make amendments to acts and so on, and try to do the best that we can in order to create a genuine, modern, and democratic society. Those people were never interested in anything like that. They control everything. They monopolize everything. Look how we got land. When I think about how we got land, and land is fundamental because as a result of getting land, things like education come along after that. Proper social policies came along after that. And in order for us to try to reduce some of this crime, regardless of whether it's stealing land, stealing produce from the plantation, or whatever, the reality is that we really need the ministers who respond for social policy must understand this, that we have to have expansive, modern social policy and proper personnel to execute the social policy. What will happen in this country at this time, when we're trying to address issues related to agriculture, we have a welfare department that is virtually collapsing. Cause, I don't know. We have other social services that every morning, every day, people come to me and say, look, I have been receiving any assistance from this, my light bill, can't get any assistance from matters on the disabled community, you can't get any assistance from matters with the child care board. These social services are collapsing. And what the planter class understood quite well is that even when they were having these experiences, they held control over the vestry. And they did all that they can do through the vestry to make sure that their own type, not ours, because by the end of the emancipation, the apprenticeship period, they went on a program to see how they can protect the poor whites in Barbados. They went on a program for the poor whites, and they felt that many of them were unskillful. They were unemployed. And because they didn't want people of their kind to be in the same position as us, they put these provisions in place. And you know, the vestry was not controlled by us. Because I hear these words about we, and like people that say sugar made us free and all kind of things. You know, I know that my people's brains were so damaged that when the white plantocracy, the males in the white plantocracy were sick, they used to put their feet on the bodies of black children. And I know they would say, Master, we say. So I know that brain damage is a serious thing. And I still, as we talk and hear sometimes, we must protect this and we must protect that. And we this, and so we what? You only see a little freedom after the 1830s. And even that freedom, you can go anywhere because these people put the Masters and Servants Act immediately after the apprentice period. So you still could not leave the plantation to work anywhere. You had to remain there. If you have people in those circumstances, you didn't even want to pay. You would not, even when after 1838, these people still were refusing to pay people. And that brings us from all that period right down 100 years after into the 1930s, with people trying to get 6 shillings and 3 pence and 6 shillings and 2 pence in the 1930s. So you see all the forms of resistance that occurred in the system. So this is something that is in the planters' DNA. The planters suppress even the grandparents of us who are in this House of Assembly. And now some of them would want the state to take absolute responsibility for protecting their crops and protecting their land. I want to call representatives culprits and all kinds of things if they don't do certain things in Barbados. I don't believe that the police force should go to walk around the plantation. I think after a man go to school and studies hard and put on the police uniforms, he should be walking around plantation trying to protect potatoes and yams. These people stop paying watchmen. If you want security, if a discussion is necessary to ask for powers to be vested, not in watchmen, because they got no watchmen anymore. Some watchmen get elevated to security guards and all kinds of things. But put more power in the hands of the wardens who wear only the arms. You got a shortage of police officers in this country, sir. And now we're going to take off the police officers and the defense force. A man joined the army and joined the police force, and now he's going to watch plantations. The only reason these things are happening is because, I'm not talking about the government plantations, because the attitude coming from the Ministry of Agriculture is different to the attitude coming from some of the private landowners. I know what I'm talking about because I'm very much involved, and I can talk about that, but not now. But that Drax affair, it extends itself in the law, it extends itself in the registry, in England, in Parliament. So these plantation owners that still own land must take the responsibility for protecting the produce on their plantations and don't put the burden back on the state. They say that the state was only responsible for regulating. They developed a universal argument about how far the role of the state should go. I don't know how this application of providing drones, how far that falls, that responsibility falls on the state. They should be providing drones for themselves. Years ago, they provide watchmen for themselves. They had the watchmen living, but they even had shoes. These people would not even give poor women. You know, I see the government had portable amenities, toilets and baths. I don't know how many private estates respect that. They've got to give back something to our people. The government put it in place. We thought that that would have been a precedent that would influence them to at least send a signal of the arrival at the point of civilization, that they respect human beings. I drove through the country looking all around. I can't see these things. Some I see in 12 and 15 and 16 and 20 black women got on about 5 or 6 skirts in the middle of campground, and you can't see anything anywhere across that campground that you could call some form of some kind of toilet facilities for women. And it's the most degrading thing, sir, when you drive through the country and you see these grounds long, enough acres of land. These people are not even focusing on this. But then you have a civil government that make adjustment to legislation, trying all that they can to show them that we have an interest in protecting your interests, but they're not even trying to protect the interests themselves. And that is what we're dealing with. Now, I know that the government is trying their best to put a kind of complementary program as it relates to alleviating the problems of the poor. And that's the way I say I am not a victim of the Hamite theory. I don't believe that black people curse. I don't believe it. And I don't believe that black people is just at night get up and go in the campground. I ain't talking about a vicious criminal who going out and dig up about 15 acres. I got about 6 trucks parked outside. Cause even the police do that, you know. We got evidence and got case law in Barbados where policemen went into plantation land and the plantation manager catch the police in the middle of the land, carry the produce. So these are realities. But I'm a little concerned because, look, these men can go to jail if they steal because the penalties do not deter. And if you catch a man stealing a commercial amount, and you say $5,000 or $10,000, if he's stealing potatoes, he got $5,000 or $10,000, unless you think about a specific type of black man in the group. Majority of them men that stealing these things ain't got no money. So you're going to jail. This is incarceration. So we have to sit back and see if the legislation works and give the kind of impact in terms of reducing the levels of criminal activity on the plantation land. I strongly believe, sir, that we made some mistakes before because we should have had land reform in place now. You know how we get land? You know the Rock Hall project up there? You know that it is only when Mr. Elcock died at Mount Wilton and Mr. Elcock left the land for the workers on the plantation, the workers who were enslaved. And you know the family of Elcock still try to fight off the thing. They want the people to get the land, right? We had a fight for land in this country. And all like now, we should have had a very radical land reform program in Barbados. I know the ministry is trying to do something about it. And as the minister indicated before, in the form of the CARE project, which they're having all of the Bell land and the land at Lears subdivided into 1 acre lots and 2 acre lots. But it's because we did not take steps to have land reform early that this major conflict between labor and the plantocracy still exists. I told you that even in 1838, when these people lay claims to granting us freedom under that apprenticeship, we had massive strikes in Barbados, strikes. Although we were supposed to be emancipated, and these struggles continue and continue. They now reach us here with this new government. And I sometimes it is very difficult to be a minister, especially a minister of agriculture, because you don't want the pages of history etched or even tarnished with this form of legislation sometimes, because if it does not work right, and a few people remember that we promised these fundamental changes in the society, and the few people who might remember is more so the planter class than the ordinary men that steal the potatoes, the yams, the breadfruits, and the pumpkins and all of that. If it does not work, you're still going to get blamed. You're still going to get blamed. And these people separate the relationship between the workers on their plantation and them. So I hope, sir, that we would be able to put a policy that we would be able to take all these young men. I understand legislation and the restrictions of legislation, and you can't put more, these restrictions can't even be as harsh as you can even sell a potato one time. You don't even know which part you're going to sleep. You have to stop on the rab land and live. People write you up in a book. You can go to the next plantation for a job. All of these things exist in the system. And this can't be as harsh as that. But I would hope that we can put a number of social programs in place. I would like to see, sir, that we come together and look, as I said, the subdivision of the land, and more small farmers in Barbados can have, if not ownership possession. If not ownership possession. You know the thing about it, lots of men would love to work agricultural land, but they're prepared to work agricultural land for the traditional plantocracy. That is the reality. They ain't going back and work no land for those people. Nobody, you can't expand secondary education, erect a university in the West Indies, bring in other universities, giving people opportunities, and then when you bring them back home and tell her here is a hole, here is a fork, go and work on the plantation that they heard so much horror stories about. So we want small farmers, and the state may have to take the first step, because the people who would like to be small farmers can't buy the land neither. So I strongly believe that just like what the present Minister of Agriculture is doing, we are actually putting land in the possession of persons who are willing to work the land, but certainly don't have any money to purchase the land on their own. So the importance is to possess land. If you lease it, if they lend it to you, if they get a license, whatever, the people need land, a proper land reform program. And obviously, the ministry will understand that it has also to expand because we can't buy tractors. Small people can't buy the tractor. But they can't even buy insecticide, the chemicals, the fertilizers, or anything like that. So the state has to put a number of provisions in place to help the small farmers, especially if I don't even want to call it radically transforming, but if we transforming the state so that Barbadian people, especially that interested in farming, could become a more integral part of the farming sector. Sir, we passed legislation again. We got to understand all these changes occurred. We passed modern legislation in Barbados. And it affects people in the urban communities. The Honourable member for the city just now spoke about how much the city constituency would be pleased with him and others for what. But the problem is that there's not any land inside the densely populated urban community that he represents that will feel that this legislation is very relevant to them. I propose that probably you might have to look at aquaponics or find new ways of growing food around the homes in the cities using plant pots and tires and all these things, if you can encourage something like that in the city. But you can't keep the chickens, although chickens will run all about the city, but you can't keep none in this specific. You can't keep a pig. You can't keep a cow. Nowhere in St. Michael's you can't do these things. And laws related to health. Place restrictions in place where before families in the city and St. Michael's can have community gardens, little domestic gardens, that will supplement the demands for food inside these communities. So we have to have a good analysis of what is happening around us, or not this thing will keep perpetuating over and over again. So health has to understand its impact on agriculture. If you bring in legislation, the social faculties, the social policy departments must also look to see exactly how they can also help us to be able to resolve some of the problems that I'm talking about, sir. I believe that legislation is fundamental. And I compliment and support the minister on bringing this new piece of legislation. But in this case, I live with a sense of hope that this effort will have the required impact. But don't let anybody at any time make us feel or make the minister feel that it is the state responsibility. Same people who said the state should continue to regulate and nothing more. So the state ain't to own. They want the state is to make laws. These people preach that. It is not Prescott's view. They preach that. From the time we had the emancipation, they preached that. They need to step out. When we were looking to put an educational program in place and the social services in place, they were putting things in place for the poor whites of Barbados and not the black people. Sound harsh, but it's true. So I want all of my brothers and sisters to understand the situation that we are in as a government. It is because of all that is happening around us, not only internally, but also externally, that we now have to be talking food security. The 1960s and 70s and up to just a few years ago, this was not a major issue, but it's a major issue now, where we have to focus our attention on food security, not only because of man-made policies in Barbados, but environmental changes. We also have to be taking into consideration what is happening in Europe. Where you can, as the Honourable Member for the city said, it is the taste that we acquired. And now, the foods that we would love to have, they cannot be supplied because of the war in Europe, because of the war with Ukraine and Russia. So the government has to put this program in place. It is an urgent matter. We have to put this program in place so that we would not have the issues that we had in the 1930s when we had so much people having to endure starvation. So if we can push the food production up, we can still mitigate the circumstances. We might not be able to get back to the same level when we didn't have the problem, but we can mitigate the circumstances and at least produce the basic requirements for our people that will help us to go through the storm. And when the storm has passed over, it depends. Because if you look and see Cuba, for example, if you look and see Cuba after the embargo in the 1950s, the Cubans had to put a policy and a program in place in Cuba to make sure that they can survive. So the issue of food security...
Your Honourable has 2 more minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So the issue of food security was paramount and a necessity in order for the people to survive and do whatever other things that they have to do. But they survive it. And they were able to produce some great scientists, build up the universities, some great technicians, and the people survived in Cuba in these circumstances. So it is, regardless of what caused that situation, ours might not be an embargo, but the reality is the same thing in the sense that we have to have food, especially having a tourist industry. We have to have food here to supply the consumers of Barbados and the tourists in order to survive. And I would hope that the people of Barbados would understand that many of the things and the challenges that we face are not man-made things in terms of the incompetence of a government or because we do not have a forward-looking policy, but we will keep improving it more and more as we go on. And I'm sure that as we look at modern legislation and we look at things like land reform and we put proper social policies in place, we can still make it through the rough times. Sir, I want to thank you for giving me the chance to speak.
Honourable Member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise at this hour to add my voice to this bill, the Protection of Agricultural Products 2022 bill. Mr. Speaker, I first want to thank the member for St. Philip South. And you know, the member for St. Philip South and I share a few things in common. We came to cabinet at the same time. We sat next to each other for a while, and we enjoyed each other's company. You know, and I can speak on his behalf this afternoon because the member for St. Philip South came to work back in that year of 2018 in this very important ministry, and the member for the city spoke about it, and I want to thank him. An excellent speech, member for the city. The others too, they were excellent. But I sat in the chamber and I listened to you, a young parliamentarian, very robust, very aggressive in his, but very sincere. And that will make a very good parliamentarian. But he spoke about how persons, and he used the word, I don't know if he used the word poo-poo, but we use the word poo-poo, frown upon agriculture. And he said when he was in the other place, arguing for and against, putting arguments for and against, he wanted to see a good minister of agriculture, someone who can take agriculture and make it one of the key productive sectors and make it one of the frontiers that we will push and make it one of those sectors that empower and enfranchise working class people. I heard a member for St. Michael East, and he knows how he feels about vending. Those of you know how he feels about vending. As a former Minister of Commerce, I spent a lot of time with the vendors. And I go back in history, he went to 1830, but I went to the 70s. In my discourse some time ago, when working class people, we call it huskering then, they had to hide and run from the slave masters on the plantations to earn a living. But I come forward, member for St. Philip South, and I see today that agriculture is at the forefront of returning joy to this precious land that we call our home, and is ably led by a good minister, the member for St. Philip South, who comes to work daily and early in his ministry to do justice on behalf of not only the people of St. Philip South, but the entire country. And I want to congratulate you on this bill that you have before the House. And I'm going to get a little parochial here because the member for St. Philip South and I, we talk a lot. Sometimes late at night, up to last night I call him, because we were having a joke. He was consoling me from a little issue that I had yesterday, and I want to thank him. And we speak a lot about agriculture, and I often say to him, boy, if there's one area that I would love to work in, is in that wonderful ministry of agriculture. Why? When I traverse the roads, the highways, and the byways of St. George South, let me tell you, I have 7 plantations. I heard the member for St. Michael East speaking about reparations, but I ain't going there today. We will have our time there. I'm not going there. I have 7 plantations, and I can list them. Those who in St. George South listening, it would be remiss of me to sit here this afternoon and allow this debate to pass, and I don't say a few words on behalf of those good people of St. George, not only South, but the North. But in the South, we have 7 plantations. I can call them nearly 8 because most of my people, if you want to say Edgecombe is in St. Philip West. Edgecombe employs many persons from St. George South. Actually, about more than 50% of persons working at Edgecombe plantations, not only in the field, but in other areas. So that's the 8th one. I can call them Buttles, Brighton, Boarded Hall, Buckley, Draxall, the Mount, Fairview. And I can go on and on. And if you doubt me, that phrase, the bread basket, that we refer to St. George South as, is truly the bread basket. And I stand here on behalf of the people of St. George South, thanking the minister, the member for St. Philip South, because the Protection of Agricultural Products 2022 bill, it seeks to improve, it improved on 2 previous acts, the Protection of Agricultural Products and Livestock Act and the Pre-Deal Larceny Act. And it expanded the items that are considered agricultural products. I start there because when you looked at the last bill, the 2017 bill, compared to the 2022 bill, the 2017 bill left out sugarcane, member for St. Philip South. It left out culinary herbs. It left out livestock. It left out poultry, planting material, and freshwater fish for human consumption. And I go there because, Mr. Speaker, I grew up in Ellerton, St. George, and I grew up with a grandfather by the name of Stephen Llewellyn Sutherland, who was the district butcher, who was the animal doctor, the co-founder of the Ellerton Gospel Hall, the license blaster, things we have to do now at university, go to Penn State University to get a degree to do license blasting. He had the right to go to the main guard for fuse and caps. He always used to tell you he can destroy you, but he was a man of God, so he wouldn't think about that. But he kept pigs and sheep and goat, and I heard the member for the city spoke about his days of selling lettuce to buy clothes. And we shared something similar, member for the city. My grandfather at night, we engaged in backyard slaughtering them. And we would go to bed on Fridays, primarily on Fridays, Friday evenings, come home from school and rush into the bed at 3:30 because grandfather was slaughtering at midnight. And we wanted to be there to enjoy, because it was a pleasure to see the pigs and the goats and the sheep. I know how to slaughter, but I would get charged for it. No, because this enforcement, this piece of legislation would probably put me in jail too. But I know how to slaughter pigs. I know how to use the pawpaw shank to bloat the skin and take the sheep skin off. These are the things that I learned. And I know how much is a pound from how much is a kilogram. So when I send my pig to the farmer's market up in St. Philip to be slaughtered, I know when it returns whether it is my pig or it is the member for Christchurch West pig, or if it is the member for the city's pig, because I understand weight. I ain't calling anybody anything, but I am just telling you that is where I came from. But I go further. Not only did I spend the night with my grandfather learning how to slaughter, backyard slaughter, and where not to touch and what to do, He didn't use to electrocute the pigs then. He had the technique. He would use his sticking knife and go in, one jerk and you're gone. Pig down. Not much noise, but he's down. And then we take the razor blade and the hot water and we scrape it. And at the end of that, what you got? Good pork. Selling proper pork. What the man at Carrollton, good man at Carrollton, I don't want to call his name, what he calls proper pork, my friend. Now, that's not all, Mr. Speaker. I go further, because that didn't only happen in my backyard, growing up as a little boy at Hamilton Primary and at the large school. But he traveled around the district as a district butcher at night, primarily, taking his grandchildren with him. Dwight Floyd, Alan came after, but he had Floyd and Dwight and Sharon, his granddaughter who lives in Canada. They call her a tomboy. She was with us everywhere we went, helping people. And he did it for free. That was the community spirit that we had. He did it for free. I am reaping the benefits of those days, by the way. I am telling you that, and I make no apology for it in saying that. He was a good man to his community. And livestock farming was prevalent in those days in the St. George South community. And the member for the city spoke about selling lettuce to buy his clothing. But I grew lettuce in the backyard, a quarter acre, to buy cricket clothes and cricket shoes. My brother Floyd and I, who was just about 2 years older than I, he's celebrating his birthday this year, the 27th of August. He'll be 55. And we grew lettuce. I remember for the city, we pushed it in a pancart around selling to raise money to buy cricket gear in those days. And that wasn't only the Sutherland boys that did that. That was a community thing. And we bought from others, and others bought from us. But I wish to praise that community as well, because pre-deal larceny, I can't recall hearing much about theft in that community. While I heard members speaking about theft today, and it is real. But persons would come and knock on your door and say, can I get 2 limes? We had lime trees. Can I get 2 coconuts? Can I get breadfruit? Breadfruit trees still in Allerton there. We don't sell breadfruit, so we give away breadfruit. Can I get 2 carrots in the ground? Can I get a lettuce? We grew up not knowing much about the pre-deal larceny. The only pre-deal larcenists, you call it, that we had in those days were probably the monkeys. And I'm proud to say that today, though, despite the lack of legislation back then, we had a different culture. And I want to take this debate elsewhere. We had a different culture. We had a culture of community spirit, a culture of camaraderie, a culture of respect, a culture of love, a culture of caring and protecting property and respecting people's property. I can only speak for the community that I grew up in. And I have a lot of respect for those persons from all areas of Greens, Melverton. That is the spirit that we had in St. George South. We hardly had theft. Persons walk around and say, let me go from Greens to Allerton to get a breadfruit. We will leave from Allerton and go to Melverton. By no, the Lord rest her in her grave. No worked at the Edgecombe plantation as well. And get 2 yams. Because they would bring them home. They didn't used to steal them. They would give the workers the produce then. And I go back there because, you know, we spoke about the legislation. And I go straight to the whole aspect of the mechanisms to combat pre-deal larceny. And I saw the good member for St. Philip South. He listed a few. Prevention, detection. I heard the member for Christchurch, he spoke about the drones. The member spoke about tracking. I heard the member for St. Michael's South, South Central. Spoke about the whole tracking system. But what we did today is enforcement. The legislative framework has been put in place by the good member. I want to thank you, member. But I want to go further to change a culture and a change of behavior and a change of practice, who we are as a people. And we have a role to play in here. We have a role to play. This government came to office, and in its manifesto, we pledged certain things. We pledged to be, not in those words, to be self-sufficient in the areas of root production, root crop production, member for St. Philip South. These are some of the things that we pledged. The Scotland district, we pledged to do some good crops, the type of crops that can grow with the soil to help protect the soil within the Scotland district. We pledged to reduce our food import bill. When I was in the other place in 2018, Commerce and Small Business, a wonderful thing happened. Member for the city, you often talk about young people. The amount of loans, and I want to thank the Barbados Trust Loan Division for the work that we did back in 2020, 2018, 2019 to get the Trust Loan Division up and running. And in 2020, the majority of loans, seed capital that we give to businesses were in the area of agriculture. We give people hope because we recognize that that sector was a dying head under the last administration. It's a fact. So when persons came, Minister gave his perspective on the Trust Loan Division, and I said one of the areas, and that's the member for St. Philip South, he can tell you we talk daily on the trust loans. And every member in here can speak to persons coming to them seeking loans, and the majority of the loans were in agriculture. And even in the city, in the urban corridors, persons knew how to farm, how to get into the business. And it pleased my heart to hear the member for the city thanking the member for St. Philip South, because a number of young people were empowered, and not so young people were empowered. That after 1 year of that trust loan, I had over 4,000 loans. I can't remember what the value was today because I didn't do the research. I'm standing on my feet speaking from my heart today. And a big lot of research I have to do to speak on agriculture because I grew up. I'm a produce of agriculture. I'm a product of agriculture. That is who I am. Stephen Llewellyn Sutherland and Justine Sutherland, grandparents. The Lord rest them in them graves. They pass it on to the point now that I can say to you today that my father has, my mom called me last night and tell me Luther Sutherland has 8 young pigs from his pig now. And he is giving those young pigs to his grandchildren. So I feel proud standing here today, speaking on this bill and speaking from my heart. I don't need no big lot of notes. But I want to go a bit further because having brought this legislation, it will take more to combat pre-deal larceny. I think it was the USAID who wrote this article about Trelawney back in 2013. Where can I find my cows? And I think it was some 32 cows that were stolen from a farm in Trelawney, in Jamaica. 32 cows. And after 3 months, you can research it. It is there. It is a common article. After 3 months, I think when the news caught down in Kingston, that farm that had 22 workers, if you research it, only had 6 workers after those 32 cows were stolen. But the value to the Jamaican economy was over $300 I think it was $32 million lost as a result of pre-deal larceny in that year to the Jamaican economy. Either 32 million or 321 million. I speak on the correction because I don't have my notes here. That's from a little research that I did back then. But this act, Mr. Speaker, if we had left the 2017 Act with these wardens in place to carry out law enforcement, how could a warden enforce this legislation? What's the role of the police? This man from St. Philip South had the wisdom to recognize, to enforce law in this country. Who you need? You need the law enforcers, which is the police. And he removed the burden of the warden. The warden had so much clout in this legislation back in 2017. And I surprised that the former Minister of Agriculture, someone that I know very well and I like, my good friend, would do such. I think he was operating under duress at that time. I don't want to go there. I think so. I think he was operating under duress because sometimes, rushing to an election, operating under duress, rushing legislation in this place, bad legislation. And his good friend, who member for St. Philip South, had to come and do the necessary corrections. I want to thank you. But it takes more than the legislation to combat pre-deal larceny. It takes prevention, detection, tracking. These areas are critical. Not only the enforcement, the legislative framework, which is urgent, and I praise the member and I praise this government because he knows that he can't sit on his chair too often because the Prime Minister had him chipping. Just like she has all of us, because we need to do things and do them in a manner to help our people and to help the country. Time is against us. We can't sit down and talk about we got 15 years put down. We have to do it now. And I thank him again. But prevention, the member for the city, you touch on an area that I want to go to. When I was in the other place, again, back in 2018, I think it was in 2019, that Ministry of Commerce, the cooperative division, I visited most of the farmers in this country, the co-ops in this country. And I recognized one of the areas to drive your costs down was to form cooperatives. And this government is still mandated to ensure that cooperatives in agriculture become the order of the day, whereby those farmers feel, even though they are protected by this legislation, they have that communication and that ecosystem, the agricultural ecosystem that is so critical. Pre-deal larceny thrives on information asymmetries, or if you want to reverse it, asymmetric information asymmetries. That's what pre-deal larceny thrives on. Where the stakeholder, the farmer, the market, the retailer, they don't have the same information. So the pre-deal larcenists create a black market and a culture and a business that members spoke about. But that speaks to information asymmetries. That's what that speaks to. Whereby there's disjointedness within the farming community and within the agricultural communities. And one of the ways to combat that is through the formation of cooperatives, where it's not the meeting Susu term, but it came out of the Susu turn and the cooperative movement and those movements where you share your costs. And it drives the cost down for those members that are within those cooperatives. And that is some of the ways to associate with this legislation, to empower this legislation. While the members spoke about neighborhood and farming district watches, that will help, but it is entrained and entrenched, and it becomes more relevant through the cooperative movement. Most of these prevention measures. Now, Mr. Speaker, we heard about the drones. Yes, I am one for the drones. and one for the tracking, the tags, the electronics, microchips, RFIDs, the drones, ultraviolet or nanoparticles. All of these are tracking and detection systems that can be used to help empower this legislation's member for St. Philip South. But public education and cultural reorientation is fundamental. We have to now begin an education program, or we want to call it a sensitization program, not only on this legislation, but how we can empower our farmers now that we have them, I don't want to say free of theft, because you're going to still find one or two persons, and I'm not going there to suggest that Barbados is full of pre-deal larcenists. I ain't going there. But I know that we have case of losing products and demotivating young farmers as a result of persons losing, it's about 18% of their crop. That's what it is said, it is written, about 18%. Right? This is millions of US dollars annually across the Caribbean. And I'm saying, now is the time for us to get into the highways and the byways and support those guys in Greens, member for St. Philip South. And I challenge you here as my friend. I have some farmers in Greens and in Drexel who need land. They came to me up today before at the ministry asking for land. And I promised them land, my friend. I promised them land. I promised them land, them young boys in Greens and in Drexel and some in Melverton and in Ellerton. I promised them land. I promised Blacker land. I call his name. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. And I know my good friend. I'm not saying that to tell you that me and my good friend, we have any disagreement, because the member for St. Philip South will make sure that I get some land. And I too have to make sure I get some land myself. And he laughs. But Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation that we so happily debate today recognize the major threat that pre-deal larceny is to the agricultural production and food security. And you know that every percent that we increase and we lose as a result of pre-deal larceny in this country, what we have to do, we have to import, whether it's poultry, whether it is food crops, we have to import. So what that does, take away our foreign exchange, and I put it in simple terms. I'm no economist, because we have to take up money to send overseas to buy products, poultry, chicken, whatever, pork, root crops, broccoli, and I heard the member here, pineapple, looking to grow these things now regionally and locally. So we have to support this legislation in the highways and the byways of this country. I am calling on all sectors, not only the agricultural sector, the business sector, the retail sector, the small farmers, those persons within communities and youth groups, the cooperatives, to get out there and form more cooperatives. Now is the time. We can't sit on our laurels and at our desks. We have to go on the highways and the byways and take the business to the people. Because this is about empowering the ordinary man. Those persons, and I see the member of the city, I enjoy your speech, man, but that's why I keep referencing you. I see people in their backyards farming. But they're farming to sustain and send school their children and themselves. And I heard the member spoke about gone are the days when we only going to tinker with agriculture. But we need to see some breakthrough and some innovation of agricultural produce, utilizing our good soil and our lands, whether it is reparations lands or not, to create some innovation so we can begin to export and generate the necessary foreign exchange out of agriculture. And I see the black belly sheep now going regionally. I want to thank you. If I could hug you and kiss you, I would member for St. Philip South. But I can't. That won't be manly, and we know how we are. But I embrace him, and I thank him for the journey and the steps you've taken so far to ensure that agriculture return to the glory days where persons are now seeing the benefits of getting into agriculture. So when we speak about housing, I didn't want to mention any housing today, but when we speak about housing, the member from Christchurch West is smiling because he knows I eat, sleep, and breathe housing. Just like you, member for St. Philip South, you eat, sleep, and breathe agriculture. I woke up last night, jump up out of bed, and from a dream with a hammer and a nail, erecting a Juravilla house. So you understand. No, I had a hammer and a nail, and I was pounding, erecting a Juravilla home. I can't recall which part of Barbados it was, but I don't think it was in St. George South. I think it was in St. Lucie. It was in St. Lucie. But, Mr. Speaker, why I went there, because we are now seeing a model, and I've spoken to the member for St. Philip South and my senior minister, member for Christchurch West, where when we build houses, we are now going to put it on sufficient land where persons can do backyard farming. What a beautiful idea. What a beautiful idea. So that we not only enfranchise you and empower you by giving you a home, but you have the opportunity now to grow some produce with this piece of legislation that has been put to you, enforced, and will be reinforced and utilized in a way to empower people. You can sustain your livelihood and probably help pay your mortgage from it. That's the model we have to go to. So I stand here, Mr. Speaker, as a product of agriculture, saying to you that predatory larceny robs legitimate producers, and it also stifles the incentives for farming entrepreneurs and adversely affect poor working class people. It does. Because when you go in Ellerton, I didn't see that in my time, so let me backtrack. When I go in the city, and Corey Lane cousin doing some farming, and a man going there in the backyard, Corey Lane gone to Popular and tell Popular within 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I have some cucumbers for you. I have some beans for you. I have some pumpkins for you. And Popular writes up and says, all right, I will receive these from you in 2 to 3 weeks. And you go now and you credit something for your children, but when you go back to the backyard, you see no pumpkin, no cucumbers, no beans. How are you going to, you see the soil again that you got to turn around and tell. How are you going to sustain your livelihood as a poor man? That's why he's saying it adversely affects the poor. Because these are working class people who are not even paying taxes, but they're trying to sustain a life, to build a business so that they can get into the formal sector, into the formal business sector, because they're informal. When they're growing in their backyards and they're growing and growing, they go for the seed capital from the trust loan division. What a wonderful government, man. We should be tapping our government for this, you know. It's a wonderful government. You start growing and then you go to the trust loan for your $5,000. And thereafter you get a piece of land through the member for St. Philip South. You know, some either at Bass, St. John, some of these 200 acres that we have to give. I don't want to speak to it as your baby, but I have to mention it. These are some of the things that we ought to be proud of. So, Mr. Speaker, we have given the average man the motivation now to till the soil. And with this legislation, my point to you is that we seek to change the culture and reinforce the behaviors that will allow Barbados to continue to benefit from this piece of legislation through prevention, through tracking, through communication, through all the necessary systems that make up the agricultural ecosystem that will allow this sector to become one of the most productive sectors and generate the necessary revenues that we need to see our small businesses maintain the buoyancy in our local economy that is necessary. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to have the opportunity to join my colleagues in addressing this particular bill on predial larceny. It is one that has been needed for a significant time to be able to enable us to make agriculture truly work. It is such a serious problem, and it is felt right across the region. What we are experiencing across CARICOM is that predial larceny is having an impact to the level of 321 million US dollars per annum. That's over $600 million, sir. What it means is that predial larceny is eating out the agricultural product across this region. And why is this important? Because of the issue that was raised by others today of the need for our food security in this region. And at a time such as this, when we have logistics problems, when we have the war in Ukraine, but we also have at the moment, Mr. Speaker, floods, droughts, and all of this is going to compromise our capacity to be able to get food and to get food affordably. That is why the work across the region to try to push food security and food production is extremely important. We have a target that the CPSO is to work across the region. This is the CARICOM private sector organization, that by 2025, that we will be able to increase our production by at least 25%. And what does predial larceny mean to all of us here in the region? Jamaica, for example, loses something like 55 million US per year. Little St. Vincent loses 1.2 million per year. Trinidad, close to 11 million per year. And what it is undermining is the capacity of the region to be able to feed its people. So the risk here is not only for the farmer, but it's for people who live in the suburbs, people who live in the urban corridor. All of us are in this together. All of us have a vested interest in making sure that predial larceny is stamped out. And that is why it is absolutely critical that everybody within that chain does what he or she must do to be able to protect agricultural production in this country and across the region. Now, sir, it reminds me of that song years ago that I used to hear as a child. Oh Lord, the bucket got a hole in the center. And if you think I tell a lie, you know, that song represents, I think, the best example of what predial larceny is to agricultural production. It is a hole in the center of that bucket. And that is why I want to congratulate the honourable member for bringing this bill and for putting before this chamber all of the sections that seek to address the challenges that we will have in seeking to ensure that predial larceny is reduced, minimized, and may God help him that we could eventually stamp it out. Now, sir, one of the things that the FAO had shared about this issue of predial larceny as it impacts right across the region, they said that there's a domino effect in relation to predial larceny. It's not only the primary producer, the farmer who's worked hard, the family is depending on him to be able to put food on the table and take care of their needs. It is also that as people come out from agriculture, you reduce the acreage that is now put into agricultural production. You reduce the number of people who are attracted to invest. So even if a farmer stepped out and said, look, I am done with this, I am just not getting anywhere with this, maybe somebody else could do it, I want to put my land up for sale. The chances of him getting someone else who would want to invest in agriculture are going to be very limited because people will shy away from going into such a risky area, knowing that the chances are predial larceny will do them out. And what does that mean? It means then the agricultural land will then shift to other uses. And once it goes out of agricultural production, it's going to be very difficult to bring it back in. If it shifts into housing, you can't get it back. If you shift it into commercial, you can't get it back. And therefore, it puts at serious risk the security for every citizen in this country. That is why we must all band together in order to address this area of predial larceny. And I want to congratulate the minister again and my colleagues for the arguments that they've put on the table to explain why this is important and how transformative this particular piece of legislation is. Now, sir, part of the studies in seeking to address the issue of predial larceny across the region, a number of countries reported their experiences. And within the OECS, for example, one island, the farmers there spoke about their woes as they were looking at what they needed to do, and they were assessing how successful some of the initiatives were. And the farmers indicated that, in truth and in fact, it wasn't always a stranger who was stealing. Sometimes it was another farmer who maybe had a contract, had fallen short, was afraid of losing his contract, and didn't mind stealing from a fellow farmer. They also reported that in some cases, the persons who were supposed to be there to protect the crop, the very police who were part of the body that was to respond to predial larceny, that sometimes they too were involved in the theft of crops. And what this said to me, sir, is that if we're going to be combating predial larceny, one of the things that we need to address is the underlying crumbling foundations of the values and morals of our society. With the best will in the world, Mr. Speaker, there isn't enough barbed wire, there are not enough things that we could put up unless we spend time working on helping our people to get back to the old-time values. I believe the Honourable Member for St. George South talked about his own experiences with agriculture and that there was no predial larceny because people's underlying value system made a difference to how they related to the property of others. And that what we need is a serious restoration of the values that are necessary in order for us to be able to live a secure and quiet life in which we're all able to provide for ourselves. So this is going to be important. But I want to commend the Honourable Member for the initiatives that he shared concerning what will be done under the legislation to be able to help in stamping out the predial larceny. And one of the things that I had noted in Jamaica is that they had a dedicated predial larceny unit. And so I want to commend the minister for the establishment of a rapid response unit. That I'm hoping that once that is formed and operational, that will go some way into assisting us in reducing the scourge of predial larceny. But I want to make a further recommendation. Another part of the initiatives that the Honourable Member for St. Philip South had shared was the fact that they're going to be able to use drones. They're going to look at things like, some farmers may look at things like fencing and being able to do things to help secure their crops. One of the things that is suggested and that is very important is that partnerships are important in dealing with predial larceny. And In terms of partnerships, one of the things is that farmers have to band together and work together in order to help themselves in relation to this scourge of predial larceny. And I want to recommend that the formation of the watch groups is an excellent one, but I would like to take it a step further. One of the things that we want to partner with the Ministry of Agriculture on in the Ministry of Energy and Business is in the area of the formation of cooperatives. Cooperatives are ways for people to work together to be able to achieve more than they can achieve on their own. And being able to build a culture of cooperation is going to be very important. And I just want to let the chamber know that the ministry is eager to actually accelerate the movement of our because we recognize that sometimes there's a reticence in working together. And if we're going to overcome our reluctance to do things together, it is necessary that we deliberately do things in the community to help build and explain and nurture that spirit of cooperation. Because through agricultural cooperatives, there are a number of things that a farming group can achieve. One, farmers can make higher profits because they can do things together, they can go after bigger contracts, and this is going to help us to do the exporting that we want to be able to achieve in Barbados in order to be able to grow our foreign exchange. You want to be able to improve the quality of products. Now, to be able to do that, people have to be able to afford inputs. They can only afford those inputs if they can band together and by bulk purchasing, be able to drop the unit price. And this will allow them to build a better quality product. This will lower their expenses and therefore make farming more viable for those who have engaged in it. They can tap into larger markets. And one of the most important things that we will see is the transformation of the rural corridor, where you will see rural development, where you will see those farms, those prosperous families being able to extract a meaningful living, a living of dignity, doing agriculture, being able to get involved in some of the new technologies that the Ministry of Agriculture has been rolling out to help bring agriculture in Barbados into the 21st century. So being able to work in cooperatives is going to allow and empower our farmers to be able to overcome certain limitations. And when it comes to the issue of being able to buy drones, being able to use the technology, purchase the security services, when it comes to being able to maybe fence their property, that can only happen for a lot of our small farmers if they work in cooperatives and are able to negotiate lower prices, and they're able then to negotiate what is needed to help them to protect their produce. Because with the best will in the world, we will have in the foreseeable future a problem with the capacity of police to be able to be present. Police, more often than not, will come after the fact. But in terms of prevention, the best way to do that is for the farmers to group together. And these will be some of the areas that the Ministry of Energy and Business would want to cooperate and collaborate with the Ministry of Agriculture on, to look at the formation of the cooperatives to assist the farmers to be able to get some of the security technology which they will need, and that will enable them to be able to share resources so that we can ensure and make sure that farming is viable in Barbados. Because if we do not plug that hole in the bucket, we will compromise our food security, we will compromise our capacity to earn foreign exchange, we will compromise the capacity of families to provide for themselves. So I want to say to Barbadian farmers, I want to say to Barbados and the Ministry of Agriculture that I personally will work collaboratively to enable and empower us to identify ways in which we can make radial larceny a thing of the past and that we can create for farmers a much more sustainable future where new farmers will want to come in because they're able to recognize that there are those who are participating, who actually are benefiting, and it will encourage the growth of our farming community. I believe that this is important. I think it's important for the survival of our country and to bring dignity to our farmers in Barbados. Let me again congratulate the Minister of Agriculture, and I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to share and to offer our support in helping to deal with the scourge of radial larceny in Barbados. I'm obliged to.
Honourable Member St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I only wish to make a brief intervention on this bill. You know, one of the hardest things I think that we've ever had to draft as legislation has been this Protection of Agricultural Products Act. Everybody is calling it Pre-Deal Larceny Bill, but it's actually the Protection of Agricultural Products Act. Mr. Speaker, pre-deal larceny is not a new feature in our landscape. In fact, my research shows that as far back as 1901, the Secretary of State for the Colonies had directed that an attorney be sent out to the Caribbean islands to investigate the prevalence and impact of pre-deal larceny in our small colonial states. 1901, sir. For some strange reason, the administrations in the Caribbean countries did not support the idea, and the Secretary of State for the Colonies axed that particular initiative. But if in 1901, Mr. Speaker, pre-deal larceny was seen as being an issue in the region, one can imagine how it is seen today. Of course, having heard the earlier presentation from the member for St. Michael East, we understand that he views the matter of pre-deal larceny in 1901 as a particular sociological construct. But however we see the history, however we see the interplay between the plantocracy and those who worked on the plantocracy, what we have had to do, Mr. Speaker, is to craft a piece of legislation that suits the nature of the difficulty that we have today, while at the same time not criminalizing individuals who are engaged in legitimate farming as a smallholder. I'm delighted to know that just about everybody in this chamber, and I'm not surprised, but I'm delighted for the affirmation that just about everybody in this chamber has had some kind of connection with agriculture. It is unfortunate that too many people of a newer generation don't. But in almost each instance, as members have shared their own experiences with farming, it is obvious, sir, that none of my colleagues, none of the members of this honorable chamber were large farmers or had a connection to large farms. From listening to their comments, almost invariably, there were individuals who were engaged in smallholding farming. And as I worked with my office, Chief Parliamentary Counsel, and the Ministry of Agriculture, making sure that the individual who plants a few heads of lettuce and finds a market for it, or somebody who grows some thyme or some seasoning and wants to be able to sell it to the neighborhood mini mart. We want to make sure, sir, that those individuals were not driven out of farming through an overly restrictive legislative framework. And you will notice, Mr. Speaker, that in this bill there is a schedule, the first schedule to the bill talks about commercial value and commercial quantities. And let me say to the Minister of Agriculture that I've already received a few text messages and questions about how we arrived at what is a commercial quantity. Now that, Mr. Speaker, was not my remit. That was the remit of the officers of the Ministry of Agriculture. But to be fair, some kind commentator pointed out to me that we have honey and sugar cane, with the commercial quantity being an amount in excess of 5 kilograms. 5 kilograms. And they pointed out to me that while 5 kilograms of honey is a lot of honey, 5 kilograms of cane may really just be two, I don't want to call cane stalks. May just be two sizable pieces of cane. And that is not outside of a lot of individuals. I know individuals who have a hole of cane growing in the yard, often for the nostalgia of it. I tried to grow some, sir, but the monkeys got hold of those too. They eat everything. But I want to say that this legislation has been crafted in a way which allows the minister to vary the schedule by way of an order, so that should circumstances require the Ministry of Agriculture to reconsider either upwards or downwards the amount of agricultural produce that they will consider to be a commercial quantity, they have that flexibility. This particular schedule only lists a few broad headings, Mr. Speaker. But it is possible that there may be some agricultural product that has not been included within this, and that flexibility that we've imbued in the statute will allow the minister to make these changes. Now, let's be frank. Let's be candid. When we talk about crop security and food security, we also have to consider how to secure our agricultural produce. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that for those people who do not think that the police have put a lot of resources into helping to deal with the issue of pre-deal larceny, they're sorely mistaken. The police have been playing an extensive role in trying to fight pre-deal larceny. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to recognize that for as long as there is somebody who is willing to purchase agricultural products at what he or she may consider to be a good price, without regard for the provenance of that agricultural product, we're going to have a serious problem. People who are involved in purchasing agricultural produce, whether it's a supermarket, a mini mart, a small shop, there's a serious obligation on each of you not to bury your head in the sand, but to ask, where did this come from? If somebody turned up, Mr. Speaker, at a hardware store and said, I want to sell you 100 bags of cement. I want to sell you 4 dozen pancards. I want to sell you 100 hammers. I guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, that the owner of that hardware store is going to ask the first question, where you get this from? Where you get this from? Mr. Speaker, somebody came to your law office and told you that they wanted to sell you an encyclopedia of laws, an encyclopedia of forms and precedents, and the price good. You're not going to take it. You can say, Chief, I don't know you, where you get this from. But there seems to be, it would be wrong for me to say a pervasiveness. I don't think that would be correct. But there seems to be a feeling that then, however, it comes to eddos and yams and breadfruits and chives and sweet peppers, there seems to be a feeling that the person who wants to buy these things is under no obligation to ask where the body got that from. Mr. Speaker, we should not have to pass a law for that. The same norms that we apply, if somebody show up at the member for St. Michael's South residence and offer to sell him a flat screen TV, what will he say? But yet still somebody can show up with sheep, pigs, pork, lamb, lettuce, and offer it for sale. And you know, it be snapped up without anybody asking about the provenance. That speaks, Mr. Speaker, to a dishonesty that I think we have to confront, and we have to say to those individuals that if you get caught, you too will feel the hammer and the pressure of the law. Mr. Speaker, we have had numerous instances where farmers, both big and small, have been raising the issue of pre-deal larceny. We need a law, we need a law, we need a law. All I will say is this, Mr. Speaker. We now have the law, or when this parliamentary process is finished, we will have the law. But I want to urge those people who are involved in agriculture to understand that securing your product is as much an input into your farming enterprise as buying fertilizer, as investing in acreage, as investing in tilling, as investing in any part of the product. In other words, Mr. Speaker, it is not going to be enough for a farmer to sit back and say, the government, we need a law, we need this and we need that. There's an obligation on every businessman, whether you are a musician trying to protect your intellectual property, whether you are a supplier protecting what you supply, or whether you are a farmer protecting your produce. You have an obligation as well to meet us halfway and to work with us in helping to protect your produce. I know that there are many farmers who have sleepless nights because as the crop is ready for reaping, they're forced to patrol their own fields, stay awake at night just to keep the hands of the thief off of their product. Those people need a national award. But the fact is, the only award you will get is the recognition that that too is part of doing your business. Mr. Speaker, the Barbados Police Service has had a tremendous amount of success going into the end of last year and into the early part of this year in helping to confront and battle pre-deal larceny. A large number of arrests, some individuals were sentenced. We've had a special operation dealing with police and so on. Police, BDF, we've mobilized special vehicles and equipment, including drones. They've done some mapping. They've looked at a whole variety of factors. I'm not at liberty to disclose them. But they have been able to reap some significant success, especially in the area of sweet potato thefts. Some people were, and Mr. Speaker, you know what a rod of potatoes is, I know. You know what it is for a farmer to lose 74 rods of potatoes? 70 disc rods of potatoes? Mr. Speaker, as a little boy, growing up in St. George, my father would go and buy a rod of potatoes. And the manager would come and he would measure out the rod. And you know what happened from there. Them is yours. But Mr. Speaker, you gotta dig them. You gotta dig every inch of that rod in order to harvest your potatoes. And my father would do the digging because he was a big shopping man. He was just a little boy, so my brother and I, as he dig, we would clearly research for potatoes. Mr. Speaker, it is not a 2-minute exercise. For you to dig the equivalent of 74 rods of potatoes, you had to start and work for hours and hours and hours. But that speaks, Mr. Speaker, to the tenacity of the thief. This is not like a break-in where you slip in quick, grab some things and run back out. Though that is a person who is intent on depriving the hard-working farmer of his goods. But the police have been able, through intelligence operations, through skillful policing, to obtain the prosecution and sentencing to some of those individuals. In 2 instances, the individuals were sentenced to 6 months in prison. Now, I hope that the level of fines that we've included here are sufficient to be a deterrent to the farmer, to the thief. I hope so. But if it isn't, Mr. Speaker, we will come back to Parliament if we need to, and we will increase the level of fines where necessary. I believe that these numbers, the level of fines proposed and so on, will be a sufficient deterrent, but we are taking this seriously and we are prepared, Mr. Speaker, to come back if necessary. I support this effort. It has not been easy. The minister can tell you we went through several iterations trying to get it right. We were fundamentally opposed to how the last administration dealt with some aspects of pre-deal larceny. And we raised those issues when we were in the opposition benches. But, as was the case with everything that we said to them, they ignored us. They ignored us. They went ahead, they enacted the legislation. It was proclaimed, I think, in December of 2017. But nothing done on it, thankfully, wasn't proclaimed. Thankfully, we are here today to bring to the farming community, to the hard-working farming community of Barbados, a bill that we believe, if people work together, we will be able to wrestle significantly the issue of pre-deal larceny to the ground. But, Mr. Speaker, we are a society that says we need a law. Everything that's going wrong, man, we should pass another law. We should have a law about this and we should have a law about that. Pre-deal larceny is theft. And to carry some of my colleagues into the early jurisprudential thinking, at common law, the position was that whatever is attached to the land is part of the land and not capable of being stolen, because the perception was that if it is part of the land, it is hard to carry away. A bit naive, a bit naive. But that was so technically speaking, you could not have been charged for theft at common law of growing produce. If you took somebody's produce, it was a trespass to property, which was a civil offense and not a criminal offense. These are things that I suppose the lawyers among us might have an interest in. But that was the case. If you stole agricultural produce, stuff that was grown as opposed to pigs and sheep and so on, you couldn't be prosecuted at common law. You could be sued for trespass to property. But we've gone long past that, and we accept that today stealing of agricultural produce is not just a civil wrong, but it is a criminal wrong of tremendous importance. It robs the farmer of his livelihood. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes when you carry away 74 rods of potatoes from that farmer, that might be the entire profit. That might be the entire profit that farmer might have made for that field. We need to see that we are all partners in this together. We need to ensure that our small farmers, however, the people who do a little backyard something, are not going to be inconvenienced by our efforts to remove predial larceny as a main impediment to farming in Barbados. We don't want to criminalize our small farmers. We don't. We want to encourage people. In fact, one of the things that the Minister of Agriculture is passionate about is that every Barbadian should be growing something. And if you're carrying 200 bananas for your deer aunt or something, nobody should be stopping you on the road and asking where you get them from. We want to encourage that kind of subsistence agriculture. That too will help to cut down our food import bill. But for those individuals who have invested their lives, their every penny into farming, we have to protect them. But as we protect them, the farmers must agree to take on board that solemn responsibility. Protecting your crop is as much an input into your agriculture as the fertilizer, the water, and everything else that you use. There's that American saying, if you have skin in the game, you stay in the game. So farmers have skin in the game. The government, by putting this legislation in place, by providing to the police service those things that they need, we feel that we are matching the efforts of the farmer. But then that third component has to be the vigilance of the individual who is going to be buying the farm produce. Please demand to know where it is from. Do not just accept that a person shows up and offers you a good price on beef or chickens and feel that you can just take it without following the law, because if you do, you are going to be as guilty of a criminal offense as the person who stole the product. I am proud of this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. I believe it is a far cry from what we had before. It is sensitive. It accepts the reality that we have to deal with farming not as a single kind of enterprise, but as something both big and small to be engaged in by professionals, to be engaged in as well by hobbyists. But we reserve the right to change the schedule, to change the amount of commercial quantities. And just so I don't recollect if the minister did it, but commercial quantities, if you're found with more in relation to roots, tubers, and bulbs, so that's sweet potatoes, edders, yams, and so on. If you have more than 25 kilograms, that's a commercial quantity, and therefore the law kicks in. In relation to poultry, livestock, fish products, if you have more than 20 kilograms, commercial quantity. Vegetables and fruits, if you have more than 15 kilograms, commercial quantity. I already mentioned honey and sugar cane. Culinary herbs, thyme, parsley, those things are light, so a kilogram is really a fairly big bag. 2 kilograms. Fresh milk, 20 liters. Eggs, 180 eggs. One live livestock, or in other words, one animal. In relation to poultry, 10 birds. Now, if when the feedback comes back to us, those figures are too low, the Minister of Agriculture is going to be open to changing it. We've already had this discussion. But we did not feel it was appropriate to go in at a level that is too high and then have too many people sliding under the bar and getting away with it. But the minister has assured me that he is willing to listen to any representations from credible individuals who come with sensible arguments and say, Minister, this cannot work because when I do my little small thing, I got one sheep. So what you can do, okay? He's open to that, and that's a discussion. They've done the research, they've done the analysis, and they think that these numbers are workable, but they are open to coming back if necessary, as any good parliament, as any good legislature must be willing to do. We will adjust if it is required. Mr. Speaker, I support this legislation. I thank the people in the Ministry of Agriculture for their hard work. It was tough going to get this far. Tough going to get this far, because the people who were drafting it are not necessarily farmers. But I think, Mr. Speaker, that we have a bill that will work for us and that will serve the farming community well and for a long time. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll be very brief, but I felt it extremely important that I led my voice to a piece of legislation that would most definitely impact in a positive way residents of a constituency that I represent that can very well, at some point, be listed amongst those areas in Barbados that one would refer to as the breadbasket of Barbados in terms of food production. We're not there yet, but from what I've been seeing of late, I believe that we will soon get there. Mr. Speaker, when I was in another place, I would often encourage entrepreneurship. I taught business studies. I encourage young men, young ladies in my classes to engage in entrepreneurship, starting of their own businesses. And over the years, I've met some of my past students, former students, and they will come up to me and tell me, sir, we're into farming. We're into farming. Farming, in essence, is a business. Just like a lawyer, a doctor is a small business in some cases, a farmer is a small businessman. And farming is livelihood. But for some reason, Mr. Speaker, I believe over the years, many a farmer would tell you that the theft or agricultural crimes have not been treated with the seriousness that they deserve, despite the fact that perhaps agricultural crimes or predial larceny is perhaps one of the most prevalent forms of crime, of theft, not only in Barbados, but right across the region. In fact, they say that there are more cases of predial larceny than there are sometimes of house breaking. And that's a fact. Right across the region, you have these cases where persons would sometimes, even if you look at how it's treated within the community, persons walk around, they go into your little kitchen garden, they steal your pumpkin, they go into your mango tree, they steal your mangoes, and they sell it. And sometimes those persons are not even seen as thieves within the community. They're not treated as criminals within the community. In fact, I remember coming home from overseas one day and seeing a young man in my tree with a box of mangoes, a box. He picked almost every single mango off the tree. And I went outside to ask a question, and his response to me was that, oh, I didn't know that you were back. It was like, no, you're in my yard, you're stealing my crop, my fruits. But in his mind, he's just, it was not even, he does not even see it as a crime. And there are persons who would support that. There were persons who would more take offense to the fact that someone called the police on a young man who was in the tree stealing fruit or breaking the cane or stealing corn or anything like that, than the fact that the young person is actually depriving someone of their livelihood. And the fact that persons openly, in some cases, steal from these farmers, Mr. Speaker, is the greatest disincentive to farming. That form of entrepreneurship where persons go into to growing food, that is the greatest disincentive. They have issues of sometimes access to water. Sometimes the land is not as fertile as it should be. And they can work around that. They find ways around that. But when you invest your time, your energy, your money into planting something, and then at that point, when it's time to reap, someone walks into your property at 4 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning based on what I've been hearing here today. Sometimes they have to come as maybe at midnight and work from midnight to 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning and steal all of your products, steal all your entire harvest. It's heartbreaking, Mr. Speaker. Heartbreaking. I over the last 2 years, I've become somewhat of a small farmer. My wife, she refers to herself as a plant mama. People get connected to their plants, maybe not in the same way as you would get connected to ornamental plants, but I'm sure that when a farmer plants something from a seed and watch it grow, there's a connection. And when that is stolen from you, it's almost like you lose a part of your family. It's like, that's how I sense. Because sometimes it brings tears to people's eyes when they're not only thinking about the money that they lost now, but the hard work. The hard work and the energy that they put into planting these crops that I think brings the tears. And the fact of the matter is that sometimes when persons walk onto your property and they steal your produce, sometimes they don't stop there. Sometimes they steal your tools, they steal your equipment. If you have a few ceilings, sometimes they take that. Sometimes they wipe you, they clean you out, wipe you out, they finish you. These are some of the realities that farmers face in this country over the years. They're spiteful like that, they're wicked like that. They finish you, leave you in a position where you can hardly restart. And that's the reality. But yet, because of the nature of the crime, only less than half of persons who experience this form of theft report it. And why don't they report it? Why less than half? Why only about 41% of persons who are hit in this way report it? Because in the past, there was never any really serious response, in some cases, from the authorities. And they realized that. And some said it made no sense reporting because they were not taken seriously. So I'm glad today, Mr. Speaker, that I can support a bill that has upped the ante in terms of the seriousness that government has taken as a response to agricultural theft or perennial larceny, where the fines or the fees that persons will incur or will be asked to pay have increased significantly, as well as the time spent in jail from 10,000 to 100,000 in some cases, and from 3 years to 5 years. And in some cases, I believe that it could go higher than that, because if what I'm hearing, that a person could be robbed of up to $100,000, $200,000 in produce, then I believe that 5 years is probably perhaps too lenient. Because sometimes when we think about it, we think about a few pumpkins, a few potatoes being stolen, but then you hear that they come in trucks. There are people out there whose entire livelihood is based on stealing other people's produce, on robbing other people of their hard work. And I believe that a person like that, who is a career criminal, who makes a living, and a good living, from what I'm hearing, a good living, from stealing people's produce, I think in some cases we may have at some point in time to look at even increasing the penalty for such persons, because it has a deleterious effect on a country's food security. And sometimes we don't see things. Sometimes when you see things, you can see the beginning, you'll be able to see the middle, and it'd be difficult for some persons to see the end. But if you look in history, you can see the effect of theft on society. I remember I was a historian. I would study history, and during the raids in that colonial period, Europeans would go in, encourage various tribes or ethnic groups, whatever you choose to name them, to go and raid other communities. And one of the things that people never really talk about is that they didn't only take captives, but they also raid the villages of their food stock. They raid villages of their food stock. So many persons starve. Apart from being captured and spirited across the Caribbean Sea to be used as plantation slaves, a number of persons starved because there was no food. Unless you were from a hunter-gatherer society, you were into agriculture. And when persons raided, they took what they want, but they also took your food. So that agricultural theft existed even then. And it resulted in the destruction and the downfall of many of those societies. Because unless you can sit down and you know that food takes a period of time to grow, and you have the peace of mind that you can wait for that to grow that that particular food item, plant it and allow it to grow for the six-week or 12-week period, then you're not gonna start. And if you're not gonna start, then you're gonna have a shortage of food at some point in time. And that happened. It's not talked about, but it happened. And if we're not careful, maybe not to the same extent, but we can have a situation where persons may not be interested in growing food at all. Because it makes no sense to grow food. And we find ourselves again with a high export bill. Something that we've been struggling against for a long time. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, this bill attempts to address that particular issue that none of us want to see. And I will hope that as we go forward, we see, because we've seen evidence of it, maybe encouraged because of the COVID period that we've been through, but we've seen more and more persons going into agriculture. And the fact is we're going to see more and more persons being involved in agricultural theft. But we hope with these measures being put in place in terms of prevention and detection and tracking, that a dent can be placed in what has become a scourge on agriculture, and that is theft. We hope that we can reduce those numbers significantly enough that people can see it feasible to engage in agriculture. And I know it was mentioned here earlier, the CARE program, the feed program. This is something, Mr. Speaker, that I've been encouraging in St. Andrew. Just as recently as last month, I would have acquired a piece of land from the church. The church, he said, give a piece of land to the community that they can use for the CARE program, that they can use for agriculture. And I spoke to the young people in the community, and everyone I spoke to was on board. Persons are eager to get involved in agriculture because they see it as a way of making a living, especially in these straitened times where things are getting difficult. People see now the value in agriculture. But even with the enthusiasm that comes from having access to a new source of income, at the back of everyone's mind is the belief that the possibility that their produce can be stolen from them. And that's a core reality, especially in St. Andrew, where we have large isolated areas. We have vast areas that can be transformed into agricultural land. But the reality is that if you're going to plant in those areas, you don't only have to fence up the areas, you may very well have to build a house there, which is what a lot of the farmers, the small farmers within the Turner's Hall area are forced to do. They have to physically reside in the area to protect their crops, because there are no houses or anyone to see you come in or go out in the area. Very few. In fact, there are no homes, no houses at all in Turner's Hall area, except for farmers who decide, you know what, I'm going to grow here, so I'm going to live here. Because in some cases, the fence is not going to be enough to protect your crop. And in other cases, it's easier just to build a small shanty and live there than to try to fence up 2 acres or 3 acres of land. It's extremely costly. As I said, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to be very long. I just wanted to raise the fact that we still have a challenge on our hand as it relates to pretty larceny. We still have to change the mindset of persons so they see it as a crime. A crime, as theft, as the Honourable Member for St. Joseph said, it's theft. When you steal someone's pumpkins or potatoes, it's just like if you break into their house and steal their money. We have to look at it like that. Now, if we can do that, we can perhaps change the attitude and change the culture within our communities. So as I close, I want to once again commend this bill. It really is a step in the right direction in terms of the seriousness that we take in protecting farmers in this country, protecting those operating in those rural spaces, working hours in the sun and in the rain to ensure that there's food on the tables of Barbadians and to support their families. It's a step in the right direction in ensuring that we can reduce our import bill. And it's a step in the right direction in promoting the empowerment of young people in our communities. Mr. Speaker, and the member for St. Philip South, I commend this bill. It really is timely. This is perhaps is a time where such a piece of legislation is more required, more than ever. And I want to commend you. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable member for St. Lucie.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will not be as long as the honourable member who spoke before me, but indeed it would be remiss of me as representing a constituency which has two major projects going in terms of agriculture, the Spring Hall land lease, and the project at Mount Poyer, where a number of persons, a number of young people continue to ask to be involved. It would be remiss of me if I did not share a perspective on this. And I speak so, Mr. Speaker, from the standpoint that I had some experience in agriculture as a little boy. As I grew up, very often in summer vacation time or any vacation time that we had, I had to be part of what my mother was doing as a small farmer, whether it was planting sugarcane or reaping sugarcane, planting yams or sweet potatoes. I had to be part of that. So I understand the hard work at that point in time, which had to go into agriculture. Perhaps it may be a bit easier now with all the mechanical tools and things that are available. But that time you had to use the hoe, the fork, etc. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would also want to commend and highly commend the honourable member for St. Philip South and the Minister of Agriculture and his team, both at BAMC, BADMC, and whatever other agencies there are that have helped him and helped this government in turn to get this far, to reach this point in agriculture, in the agricultural sector. Because we have come a long way, we are seeing progress, we are seeing movement, we are seeing growth in this sector, and it's making a very, very valuable and invaluable contribution to the economy, the economic activity of Barbados. He has done well. I sat indeed in that ministry, even though briefly, and I was present at the many meetings, and I saw the challenges as well that the Honourable Minister had, but he pushed through. And we have come, Mr. Speaker, to this particular point, and I want to commend him highly in that regard. Now, we have a fancy name for two fancy words moving around here today. We heard quite a lot of predial larceny and so on. But in short, in Bajan parlance, it's thieving. Thieving what don't belong to you, taking up what ain't yours. And I had an experience, Mr. Speaker. I was nowhere near politics. Wasn't thinking about politics, wasn't thinking about representation. A night as I was coming to a meeting, a community meeting, I remember in the district of Crab Hill and coming across Friendship Road, I saw a vehicle parked next to the land lease. And men were moving with tomatoes, bags of tomatoes, like they belonged to them. I wasn't sure. So I stopped and I kept on my lights, and I watched. When they recognized that somebody was behind them and they wouldn't pass because they were calling me out and I wouldn't move, they got in the vehicle and moved off and gone a little further down. Now, I moved on behind them, but I ain't sure what they had in terms of a tool or whatever, right? So I went past them, Mr. Speaker, but I called back the Crab Hill police station. and asked them, yes, I called back the Crawford police station and tell them some activity going on out there, but the landlord's going to check whether that was people hard labor. Certainly it could not be the person who was working any of that land out there, because they would not have to come in the cell from night. They would have gone to reap the crop during the day, so it had to be somebody thieving. Mr. Speaker, as well, they had another farmer at Mount Poyer who had some nice cherry tomatoes, and cherry tomatoes are more expensive than the ordinary tomatoes. And the thief or thieves went in and then picked the tomatoes, because you got to go low down to the ground to pick them. So what they do, they slashed the vines and loaded the vines and took them away. And when that farmer went back the next day to reap some tomatoes to fulfill an order they had from one of the hotels, there was none. And this sort of thing is heartbreaking to a farmer. So therefore, this government is moving in the right direction. The Honourable Member of Minister of Agriculture is moving in the right direction to putting these things in place, Mr. Speaker, to help farmers out there. But I want to add, as much as the government may do, and I support fully the contribution for the Honourable Member for St. James South, as much as the government may do, Mr. Speaker, the farmers have got to come together and help themselves. This cannot be a crab mentality approach. You got to come together. There's a problem. You have to come together and help yourself. Help yourself to save some dollars. I know agricultural produce, as far as I'm told, can make some good money. Equally, you can have some serious losses too. So what the farmer has got to be prepared to do, as he has invested his time and so on in those crops, he has to do a bit more. And I support the technology, I support the legislation. But equally, the farmer has to invest some dollars, Mr. Speaker, to protect his property, just like you would invest to protect your home with cameras and whatever else. The farmer's got to do that too. The farmers have got to come together and do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend highly the Honourable Minister. I want to commend the government for moving in this regard. I want to commend everyone who's been involved in pushing and raising this agricultural sector from the level, this ministry from the level where it was at to where it is today and where it's pushing towards. I am obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Philip South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first of all want to start by thanking all those honourable members who very eruditely contributed to this debate today in support of this bill, the Protection of Agricultural Products Bill 2022. And I say so because today we all sang from the same hymn sheet, and that is very important to note. The very coherent approach to addressing this bill was at the same time sharing various divergent views in response to various sections of the bill, but yet still not in criticism of what we are hoping to achieve. And I think that is important. There were, however, a couple of areas that were questioned, and I am pleased to report. The Attorney General, the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, did mention that someone messaged and asked about the 5-kilogram quantities. This morning, when I spoke, I mentioned that we did extensive consultation And coming away from the consultation with the Barbados Sugar Industry Limited, they are of the view that you can't only see sugarcane as sugarcane in commercial quantities for a factory, but that there are people who use sugarcane to peel, cut, and bag for commercial purposes as well. And that is the reason why the number is at 5 kilograms. Because the idea here is to also address being able to harvest, peel, cut, and package sugarcane for sale for what I consider to be raw consumption, or what we call sucking sugarcane. Therefore, I trust that that is enough to explain why we have it at 5 kilograms. The other question that was raised was the rapid response unit in the Barbados Police Service. Again, when the Attorney General spoke this afternoon, he mentioned the successes we've had with the work the Barbados Police Service is doing through Operations Bird's Eye. And that program is in place with the Barbados Police Service and the Barbados Defense Force. And they will continue. We have also consulted with the Commissioner of Police, and they are satisfied that this can work rather than having to appoint predatory larceny wardens within the Ministry of Agriculture advising the Barbados Police Service. In terms of the FAO project with the chip and pin, we have done the consultation for the traceability. We have carried out the work with vet services, and it is only for us now to receive the chips for the animals, so that that program is already ongoing. I believe that the FAO will provide us with those chips so that we can start through the veterinary services, the program to start tagging or placing the pins in the animals. And then the other one that was raised by the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central was the issue of taking an animal to the abattoir where that animal could be slaughtered. But at Section 3.1 of the bill, we spoke to how an animal, or well, agricultural products can be sold and be purchased or for the purposes of conveyance. So that if I take, Mr. Speaker, your animal to the abattoir should respectfully ask for the same documents. But their failure to do so would mean that that animal I will have to be using for personal consumption. Because if this is to be worth what is intended to do, my ability to sell that meat will be hindered by the fact that I can't produce those documents unless I forge those documents, and then that is getting into fraud, where in actual fact, then if convicted, you're subject to $100,000 in fines, 5 years in prison, or both. So, and the bill itself is really seeking to simplify the process. So that's the reason why you would find that the language that is being used does not put you in a position where you have to then turn around and define what everything else is. So if it had said to an abattoir, then you have to then turn around and define what abattoir means in this bill, and you go on and on and on and on and on. And I think, like the Attorney General said, we have done various iterations of this bill to be able to arrive at where we are, but I'm equally prepared, if necessary, to make changes as recommended. So far, so good. I believe that this really is addressing the issues with predial larceny and will go a long way in helping us to mitigate the challenges that farmers face with predial larceny. But I have to put back on record that the legislation on its own will not be the only means through which we can address the problems of predial larceny. And so therefore, we have to take responsibility as people. I think Barbadians now have to reach the level of maturity where they themselves want to participate in making sure that the very thing they complain about and criticize the government for, they can participate in making sure it becomes a reality. And this, Mr. Speaker, will become a reality if Barbadians play their part by making sure they look for source of supply. And source of supply will be through the recommended documentation that is required at the point of sale, at the point of purchase, at the point of conveyance. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to note that we have reached this point, and it will be remiss of me if I didn't first of all thank the CPC for the work that they have done in really guiding us through this process. Because for as much as the Attorney General did say that they're not agriculturalists, we are not lawyers either. So we needed each other. And this process took us from 2018, when I became minister, through going to cabinet, in 2019, being halted by the COVID pandemic in 2020 and 2021, going back to cabinet though in 2020, and then having to go back again for the final draft of the bill before receiving the Attorney General's certificate. And I also wish to thank the learned Attorney General for the work and support he has given, because he literally took this bill and stripped it apart in a meeting with us to make sure that we were comfortable with what we were presenting in order for us to come to this honorable chamber to have this debate today, and I wish to thank him. Above all else, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of those stakeholders who participated in the consultations we had. The one at the Savannah Hotel was well attended by all of the major farmers, small farmers, interest groups, and the Vendors Association as well, and the Barbados Police Service. The other consultations we had, again, we brought back all of the farmers, the major farmers, the BAMC, the BSIL. We had the police service again, and we made sure that at each time we went through the bill to get to where we are. And the tremendous amount of support we got from all stakeholders was really overwhelming, and I want to thank them. I want to especially thank the newly appointed Commissioner of Police for the leadership that he brought to this. When I first requested to meet with him, I did so at the very last minute, and he made himself available. And out of the conversation we had, he was able to guide us with the Barbados Defense Force to where we needed to get to in terms of implementing the announcement that the Prime Minister made in 2020 by establishing a unit within the Barbados Police Service. And his response was that the fastest way we can get to this, if we're going to make it meaningful, was to put in place Operation Birdseye. And that is where he brought back the police and the defense force to patrol all those farms that were complaining for crop theft, and to also go and visit the farmers, the managers, etc., to find out what times they are being targeted, and then to set about to respond. And Mr. Speaker, I am eternally grateful to him. And all in all, I want to say that I really have a tremendous team at the Ministry of Agriculture. Let me say that there are times when they may think that I'm pushing them too hard, but I never told anybody that I'm going to come and complain about how hard I am being pushed. And really and truly, I need not do that because I accepted to be Minister of Agriculture. And if we have a responsibility to deliver and be nimble, then that is what I intend to do. So I just want my team to understand that there are times when we have to get things done, and I will not be as, how should I say? I will not be as soft as I may look in dealing with the situation. And I will try my best not to make people uncomfortable, but at the same time make sure we can achieve our objectives. And it's never going to be perfect, but they work very hard. And that perception that was out there in the public about we have more doctors in the Ministry of Agriculture, yet we don't achieve anything, is an absolute myth. Because the work that I see coming out of my ministry, not only in the central government, but right through the SOEs as well, is a tremendous turnaround from what was made to be a perception out there in public that they do not perform. Now, I would be the first to say to you that if under the previous administration, that perception was created because the focus was not the same focus that we have now to rebuild a sector and increase production, I understand. But that certainly cannot be the case now. And I wish sincerely to thank my permanent secretary, chief agriculture officer, and all the officers in my ministry, including the honorable member for St. Lucie for the time that he was there, for all the work that we have done in getting here. And I wish to thank Barbadians for their support. Many Barbadians have supported me as I spoke about this bill, including going on the radio program to speak about it to the public. And I want to thank Barbadians. Not everybody is going to support me. There are those people who will be waiting with daggers in hand for me to pass by only to slam it in my back. And there are those people who will also be waiting up front to see how fast they can cut my throat. But such is the nature of public life. And so therefore, I am not daunted at all, and I want to thank Barbadians sincerely for the support they have been giving my ministry and giving me as minister. And Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I beg that this bill be read a third time.
Second time, honourable member.
Pardon?
A second time.
A second time. Second time.
The question that the aforementioned bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that you do now leave the chair for this House to resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, call in groups of 5. Clauses 1 to 5.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clauses 1 to 5 do stand part.
The question is that clauses 1 to 5 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 6 to 10.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that clauses 6 to 10 do stand part.
The question is that clauses 6 to 10 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 11 to 15.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clauses 11 to 15 do now stand part.
The question is that clauses 11 to 15 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule of the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that you do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. Honorable members in favor? Honorable members against, please say no. I do now report to His Honor. Methinks the ayes have it, sorry.
The chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill in committee. Our member St. Phillips House.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. All those our members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I do beg to move the passing and citing as one bill the protection of agriculture and produce and protection of agricultural produce bill, Act 2022.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be passed and so cited. All those our members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited.
Mr. Speaker, recommittal of papers.
Honourable member for St. Peter.
Mr. Speaker, I am commanded to lay the 17th actuarial review for the National Insurance Fund, the Unemployment Fund, and the Severance Fund as of December 31st, 2020.
Of government notices.
Honourable member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I'm commanded to lay the Barbados Optional Savings Bonds Plus offer to the public bill 2020. To give notice, sir, to give notice. Of the Barbados Optional Savings Bonds Plus offer to the public bill 2022.
Mr. Speaker, I'm commanded to give notice of a resolution to approve, in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Cap 2 to 5 of Barbados, the vesting in the National Housing Corporation of the parcel of land, the property of the state, situated at Brighton in the parish of St. George, in this island for housing development.
Recommittal of first readings of bills.
Honourable member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Barbados Optional Savings Bonds Plus offer to the public bill 2022 be read the first time.
Question is that the aforementioned bill be read a first time. All those our members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Revert to government business, sir.
All members, St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, you can tell that I don't want to leave. This brings us to the end of our proceedings for today. Beg to move that this House do now adjourn until 10 a.m. on Friday, 12th of August. 10 a.m. Friday, 12th August.
Question that this honorable chamber be adjourned until Friday, the 10th day of August at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. Friday the 12th of August at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands adjourned until Friday, the 12th day of August at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.